Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you here today. I am not the illustrious David O'Leary, but I am Ryan Garfinkel. I'm joining you here today from the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, and we are delighted to be here at this Alternative Pathways Conference because we are so in need of tertiary prevention programs like the ones that CEP has laid out, like the ones that many of our speakers are going to talk about here today. They're an integral part of a public health informed approach to targeted violence and terrorism prevention, which is exactly what our center aims to help create in this country. And it exists in small pockets all over the country, in large part due to people like yourselves around this room. But we're here to try and make and grow this approach to violence prevention because we all know that prevention is possible. So when I say a public health informed approach to violence prevention, what I mean is that we're taking the full spectrum of activities from primary prevention activities where we're engaging with people and we're trying to raise their awareness that prevention is possible, that there are tools out there and people out there who can help them if they have concerns or want to do something in this space, that there are secondary prevention programs in place to both assess potential threat, right? Because if somebody just doesn't like me or you and decides that they want to, they have a problem with us, there should be somebody to screen whether or not we are, in fact, posing a threat, or maybe there's a different resource that could help resolve whatever's going on there. And then we need, of course, secondary prevention resources that can manage folks. So it's not enough to just say that there are people of concern. You then need to get them resources, otherwise we're not actually able to prevent something bad from happening. And then, of course, there's what we're all here to talk about today, which is tertiary prevention programming. Because if we're successful in the primary and secondary stages, that's awesome. But occasionally, some of those successes mean that folks will be in carceral situations, they will be exiting hate groups. There are folks who are going to need a type of services that primary and secondary prevention services just aren't set up to give. So tertiary prevention is a vital part of the prevention ecosystem. And if you don't do prevention on the reintegration end of this, you aren't buying down the risk that you've set up a prevention ecosystem to take on. So today we're going to be talking a lot about good work being done in tertiary prevention here in the US, in other countries, and we're also going to be talking a lot about the ways that civil society, government, state, local, tribal, territorial, federal, all forms, NGOs, can work together in this space. Because tertiary prevention is a small community within the small community of prevention practitioners. So I'm very glad to be in this room with you all today. I'd like to turn it over to our colleague David Ibsen, the Executive Director of the Counter Extremism Project, for more.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ryan, for that introduction, and thank you all for joining us today in person. I know we have many, many people joining us virtually as well. So as Ryan said, as the director of the Counter Extremism Project, it's a pleasure, again, to welcome you all. We have a great program and a great lineup, I think, for you all today. I look forward to engaging with the program, look forward to engaging with you all, learning from you all about your vast experiences working with individuals who have been convicted of terrorism-related offenses, your work with them in prisons, and also outside in the post-release environment. And we'll have a chance to engage with all of you and learn from each other, I think, throughout the day. With our distinguished partner from the Alliance for Peacebuilding, all of the esteemed practitioners and experts who are joining us here and taking part in the program, I think that we're going to see that there's an opportunity for all of us to, again, to learn and work together to find out how to better support reintegration, rehabilitation efforts of convicted terrorists and achieve our shared goal of reducing recidivism in the long term. So with that, in 2018, CEP published a report. It was called "When Terrorists Come Home: The Need for Rehabilitation and Reintegration of America's Convicted Jihadists." And the report at that time noted that since the 9/11 attacks, there was 900 individuals who had been prosecuted for terrorism-related offenses. And at the time of the publishing of the report, 247 of those individuals had already been returned to society after completing their sentences. And that within 5 years, another 25% of those would also be returned to society. So the report was published in 2018, 5 years, it's 2023, that's this year. So clearly there was a need to address this problem, and that's why CEP, we brought together experts in the counterterrorism fields and the recidivism reduction fields to launch this Alternative Pathways program, which was funded generously by the Department of Homeland Security. And the goal was to work with convicted terrorists and those with susceptibility or affiliation with violence-oriented extremist movements in American prisons. So CEP's Development and Program Managing Officer, Dr. Juncal Fernandez-Garezabel, will be speaking, there she is, at length in detail today about her experiences interacting with both people from both jihadists and also from the right-wing adherents during the past 72 months. But just allow me to stress and note the critical commitment of DHS to this program and express our gratitude. Their support enabled us to develop alternative pathways and adapt it to circumstances on the ground, make it more viable, deal with pretty extraordinary circumstances, not just trying to implement a program in a prison setting, a prison environment, but also doing so during a pandemic. So there was a lot of challenges, but DHS was very, very supportive through this whole process and let us adapt, and I think ultimately produce some evidence-based interventions that can be scaled nationally. So clearly there remains a demand to address the rehabilitation, reintegration needs of the convicted terrorists in the U.S. The number of domestic terrorist-related investigations grew by 357% between 2010 and 2021. And I believe data from the Justice Department released in 2023 shows that there's 23 new additional domestic terrorism prosecutions, which is a 143% increase over 2018. So they're very unsettling numbers, to say the least, but I think it does show that there's a need for this kind of work. There's a need to ensure that people working on rehabilitation, people working on reintegration of extremist-related offenders have adequate knowledge and access to evidence-based reintegration support mechanisms. Just to follow up on that, in building on alternative pathways, we were fortunate to have the support of DHS for another program, which is the Radicalization, Rehabilitation, Reintegration, Recidivism program, or 4RN. This brings together individuals who are encouraging a whole-of-society approach to extremist and terrorism, or terrorist offender reintegration and recidivism reduction, and connects people responsible for the monitoring and supervision of such individuals, either in prison or post-release in the community, to professionals with expertise in reintegration and de-radicalization-oriented programming. So this network, this 4RN network, is active, it's functioning, we're already implementing the trainings, has about 100 members so far of the network. If you're not a member and you're interested, you can go to our website, 4rnetwork.org, or see me or Juncal or any other member of the CEP team throughout the course of the day, and we can tell you more about this program and how you can get involved. We're very, very excited about it. An additional plug for Juncal's good work, we're also working as a trusted partner for rehabilitation and reintegration for other governments globally, other NGOs globally, namely with the support of the State Department in Tajikistan and in Kyrgyzstan to enhance government-led and in-community reintegration and rehabilitation programs. So specifically, we, and there's not a mouse in my pocket, we being Juncal and her team, are working to strengthen the capacity and capability of stakeholders and frontline practitioners to appropriately respond to the psychosocial needs and the risks of returning foreign families of FTFs, mainly women and children who have already been repatriated to the two countries. So whether in Central Asia or the US, CEP understands the successful rehabilitation and reintegration depends on not just the individual returning to the community, but also the context in which they reintegrate, in which they return. So our goal is always to foster locally led, context-related, relevant initiatives that create networks with awareness, training, and relationships to identify and prevent violent extremism, which of course is all of our goals. So before I turn it over, I would just like to run through a few brief housekeeping items. Obviously, today's event is being live streamed. It's being recorded, with the exception of the 12 p.m. Panel, which will be conducted under Chatham House rules. That's the Reforming in-Prison and Post-Release Programming for Violent Extremism-Related Offenders. All the panels will be followed by a Q&A. If you would like to ask a question or make a comment, followed by "Do you agree?" ? Please just raise your hand. We'll bring you a microphone. When you pose your question, please just state your name and your affiliation, your organization. And then finally, the conference will be followed by a cocktail and networking reception at the end, located in the 4th stateroom down that way. So please stay to the end of the program. So today's program, I think, is going to offer us a fascinating look at all the good work that you all are doing. I want to thank in advance all the organizations, the professionals who are participating. With that, I'll give a warm welcome to Elizabeth Hume, the Executive Director of the Alliance for Peacebuilding.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Before we go forward, I want to go back. And I want to go back to the greatest decade of all times, the 1990s. As a Gen Xer, great music, great fashion, and one of the most peaceful periods of my lifetime. We had, there was conflict, for sure, but the Cold War had ended. We had peace agreements in Bosnia and Kosovo, not perfect, but we had them. We had the Good Friday Agreement. I mean, even when we went into Iraq, the Russians said it was okay to do that. It was a period where the multilateral worked and conflict was on the decline. And then 9/11 happened. Well, actually, I want to say just another reason. The doomsday clock it is the time where we have been the farthest away from midnight. 17 minutes in the early 1990s. I'm sure you all can guess where we are right now. I think it's like 30 seconds. So we are in a very volatile period. But what came out of the 1990s is 9/11. Well, after 9/11 came. And it kind of shook us all up. What does that mean for the U.S. and safety here? We had to think about how we were looking at development assistance differently. I used to say it was location, were you close to Europe, like Bosnia, or oil, right? Now we had to care about ungoverned spaces. So we had to look at it completely differently. I came back from Afghanistan, and I went to work at USAID. I helped start up the Office of Conflict Management and Mitigation. We couldn't even say prevention at that time because we couldn't do it. We didn't know even what we were doing. It was like it was like turning the Titanic in getting people at USAID to think about conflict, prevention. Julie's laughing because we started on the same day at USAID and we were trying to work on these issues together. You would go to one of the bureaus and they would say, Liz, please go away. We don't want to talk, this isn't conflict. We have our education program, we have our health program, and conflict has increased. 2018 hit record violent conflict globally. That was before COVID. That was before technology that's hit. Afghanistan, Sudan, Ethiopia, Israel, Palestine, Nagorno-Karabakh. It's increasing. And right here at home, not for the first time, in the last period, we now have seen that violent extremism, homegrown, the call is coming from within the United States, is our greatest threat to our national security. And we're a little behind because 9/11 happened, and it's understandable. The Patriot Act, we were so focused on protecting the homeland from outsiders that it was very hard to get the government to think about the homegrown issues that were coming. And so, I have to say, when this administration started, we were thrilled that DHS was picking up the phone and calling us and saying, we got to change, we have to adapt, we have to do things differently. And while things are doom and gloom, there's a lot of hope out there because we know a lot. There's so much learning out there. And you'll hear a lot about that today, globally, but also domestically. Going back into 2004, when I was at USAID, you couldn't, everything was countering terrorism and security focused. We were working with the highest levels of government, trying to get them to say, we didn't even know what to call it. We called it the softer side of countering terrorism. But we know a lot more. At that time, we were throwing jobs at it. Jobs. Not good. Spoiler alert, that wasn't the issue. So we really focused in on how do you adapt? How do you learn? What's not working? What is working? So why am I telling you all of this? Why did I go back 20 years? Because we have learned a lot. And we know a lot of the drivers. We know some of the things that are working. We still have a lot of gaps in research. But we need to do more. And that, the Alliance for Peacebuilding is a membership-based organization. We have over 200 members. Our whole goal exists to advance and build the field through policy advocacy, through evidence-based work. We are here to amplify the field and work collectively. So I don't need to go into all these statistics, but we know there's a significant rise in domestic terrorism here in the United States. And this afternoon, I'll be moderating a panel where we talk about the most frequent targets of attacks were government, military, law enforcement agencies. And we know there's been a major historical break that very focused on ethnic, lone wolf. So you get where I'm going with this. We have to adapt and we have to learn, and there's lots of things that we can apply. But we have to say some of our theories of change, we just made them up. There's no evidence to back them up. Some of them don't work. Some do work, but you have to do this with it. So I cannot stress enough, I was talking with Julie about this earlier, evidence. We have to get the evidence right, the impact, and then how do we apply it? So I'm grateful for the incredible knowledge that's sitting in this room, but we have to do better also with applying it for our programs here at home, and also look at policies that have to change. The fact that $20 million is the Department of Homeland Security budget to work on these issues, that's not okay. That's not enough. We advocate for $100 million. We advocate for the fact that we have to be working with Health and Human Services because, as Mike will talk about later on, the brain science and the health components to this. So I want to say join us. And we have to work collectively to amplify this work here in the United States. We have no choice because conflict drivers are increasing. And it's also not just the things that you think they are, right? So I'll leave you with one thing. January 6th happened. I got it completely wrong about who I thought was there. Completely wrong. Some might say I'm a conflict expert. Totally wrong. If you go to the University of Chicago data, they've done a deep dive on every single person that was arrested, the people that breached the Capitol. And you know what they found? They're people from exurbs like Loudoun County. They're white, they're middle-aged, they wouldn't subscribe to QAnon, and they're well off. They're from some of the richest counties. They're accountants. So please, I know we're going to be focusing in on, some of those violent extremists, but we also have to be focusing in on those unusual suspects that are mainstreaming this and normalizing it in the United States today. So I'll leave it at that. I'm so excited to hear from everybody today, and let's get started.
Oh. Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. It is my distinct pleasure and privilege to be able to be here, both in a room with so many wonderful people and with some wonderful friends online as well, and to be part of this effort. I think this is really important. I could not possibly have said better all the things that have been said already this morning. And it just is I think it's worth taking a pause for a second to appreciate the opportunity, both from Hunkal and David and everyone else who's organized this today, to get so many people in a room who don't have to convince one another of these things, which is, as we all know from our work, is not typical. So we are really lucky to have with us this morning a number of people who have firsthand experience working on rehabilitation and reintegration of extremist offenders in other places. So this morning, we're joined online by my friend Gulnaz Razdikova in Kazakhstan, who Steve and I just saw last week, I guess, in Almaty, where she organized a wonderful, two really excellent workshops with practitioners working on R&R in Kazakhstan. And I just wanted to explain a little bit sort of the ground rules for how this works, since we'll have several non-English speakers on this panel today. For those of you following along on Zoom, there is a globe icon at the bottom where you can change the language channel that you'll listen to. And for those of us here in the room, our tech specialists will handle that for us. But there will be simultaneous translation of Gulnaz and Aziz's presentations. And we have with us Tolat Raufeddin, who it was my distinct pleasure to meet a year or so ago in the Maldives as well. He's done really impressive work there as Director General of Monitoring, Rehabilitation, and Security Department in the Republic of the Maldives Ministry of Home Affairs. And last but not least, we have an old friend, Azizbek Usmanov, who's the project manager for Progress Aravan, a civil society organization based in Osh. And I'll give you a little bit more about their bios before each of them speak, but wanted to let you know who we have here. And Gulnaz, Aziz, я очень рад вас видеть. Очень прошу прощения за то, что столько это сообщение я не отвечал. У меня в последнее время было немного проблемы со здоровьем, но я очень рад с вами увидеться сегодня. Okay, so without any further ado, I'll introduce you a bit more to Gulnaz. We're really lucky to have her here today. She's the director of the Center for Analysis and Development of Interfaith Relations in Kazakhstan, in Pavlodar, Kazakhstan. And it was set up to prevent the radicalization of youth and to provide psychological and social support for radicalized individuals. She's educated as a psychologist and a licensed independent forensic psychologist, and she's worked to rehabilitate radicalized individuals since 2013, and in particular has played a key role in rehabilitation and reintegration of over 700 Kazakh women and children who were repatriated from Iraq and Syria since 2019. Gulnaz was the head psychologist for their rehabilitation center that all of the women moved through in the first month when they returned to the country. And so she formed a really unique bond with all of the families that came back and has continued to support them during the pandemic. She set up, her own organization set up an independent project called Zoom Jusan that made it possible to connect adult returnees and specialists, theologians, doctors, and mental health professionals during the pandemic when many of them were stuck at home. And I know that she continues to provide daily support for something around 100 of the women who are in her network and who really, really value her as a friend and as a supporter, and she fights for them in a way that I think no one else does, it's fair to say. Since 2021, she's been working as a national expert in the Rehabilitation and Reintegration of Returning Families of Foreign Terrorist Fighters in Kazakhstan project, with support of the University of Illinois, Chicago, Boston Children's Hospital, and the Department of State. We have one of the directors of that project here with us, Dr. Wine, And Mike and I have both served on that project as well. And Gulnaz has really been a key in that. She's also a member of the OSCE's International Network of Professional Women in the field of preventing and combating violent extremism and radicalization, leading to terrorism in Central Asia. Because when you work for the OSCE, that's exactly how you have to say it. So, Gulnaz, without any further ado, we'll turn over the floor to you, and we'll be really happy to hear from you. Значит, Гулназ, это я дам слово вам.
Доброе утро. Меня слышно?
Да, слышно.
Я очень рада слышать так много хороших слов о себе. Даже не представляла, что могу быть достойна такой высокой оценки со стороны своих коллег. На самом деле мы в Казахстане сделали очень большую работу.
Мы делаем маленькую паузу, пока мы не слышим перевод. Вот какая-то техническая проблема.
Okay.
So, obviously we didn't have translation there, so we'll sort that out. Oh, it's not on the... Окей. Гулназ, значит, пока мы разбираемся с этим, мы делаем просто с паузами. Вы говорите где-то два предложения, я вам перевожу для аудитории здесь.
Да, окей, давай.
Окей.
Все хорошо. Ну, хочу сказать, что процесс репатриации в Казахстане начался в январе 2019 года, и на сегодняшний день наша страна является лидером по количеству репатриантов. Это не только организованная репатриация, но и неорганизованная репатриация, которая до сих пор продолжается.
So she said she wanted to say first that the repatriation process has been ongoing in Kazakhstan since 2019. It's not just organized repatriation, but also self-returnees who have come back on their own. And at this point, at the present day, Kazakhstan is the world leader in repatriation of formerly mobilized individuals to the conflict in Syria.
В результате организованной репатриации в Казахстан вернулось 750 человек, и в результате неорганизованной репатриации 128 человек. Из них большее количество – это дети, в том числе и несовершеннолетние дети. Также было возвращено 37 мужчин и 36 ребенка, полные сироты.
Давайте еще раз эти цифры, я не успел. 750,
ага. Да, 128 это в результате самовозвращения.
128, окей, понял. So there have been, so since 2019, 750 citizens have come back through the organized repatriation, 128 self-returnees, and of these, there are also 37 men who have returned as part of the official program. The overwhelming majority of the returnees are children. 36 of the children are orphans, so they returned without parents at all.
37 мужчин, они все были привлечены к уголовной ответственности. На данный момент они отбывают наказание в тюрьмах Казахстана. Из женщин к уголовной ответственности были привлечено 19 человек. Все остальные женщины находятся на свободе вместе со своими детьми.
Of the men, all 37 of them were prosecuted and are currently in carceral institutions in Kazakhstan. Of the women, only 19 were prosecuted. And so all of the rest of the adult women returnees are living at home with their children at this point.
Также была операция РУСАФа по возвращению детей, чьи мамы, казахстанки, отбывают пожизненное заключение в тюрьмах Ирака. По добровольному согласию этих матерей дети были привезены в Казахстан и отданы на воспитание близким родственникам. Всего было привезено 14 ребенков.
There's been another smaller operation that's returned 14 children from Iraq with the voluntary agreement of their mothers who are serving prison terms in the Iraqi carceral system.
Основная задача этой операции «Жусан» — это, безусловно, гуманитарные цели, поэтому наша страна не ставила целью, чтобы разлучить матери и ребенка. Основная цель задачи — это интегрировать детей и обеспечить им безопасное будущее.
So Kazakhstan has approached this primarily as a humanitarian problem. And so they didn't see separating mothers from their children as a part of a humanitarian operation. So they've tried to keep families together as much as possible and focus the programming on healthy futures for children who have returned.
На момент эвакуации все женщины и дети находились на 30-дневном карантинном лагере, где происходил их медицинский осмотр, паспортизация этих женщин, социальная работа и работа с теологами и психологами. Мое знакомство с этими женщинами началось в этом лагере в мае 2019 года.
So all of the returnees who came as part of the organized repatriation program spent 30 days in an initial rehabilitation center where they were able to get documentation and passports that reinstated their legal status as Kazakh citizens. They received medical attention and had medical needs identified. During this phase, some of them had the potential for prosecution evaluated, but then also they were given access to work with both theologians and psychologists. And in May 2019, that's how Gulnaz first began her work with this project.
Безусловно, на момент репатриации мы прекрасно понимали, что можем столкнуться с рисками, с вызовами в нашей работе. Эти риски можно условно разделить на три большие группы. Это риски системного характера, риски организационного характера и индивидуальные риски.
They understood from the beginning that there were different kinds of risks that this program would face. And they divided them into three categories: systemic, organizational, and individual.
И самый большой риск, к которому мы не были, к сожалению, готовы, это пандемия ковид, когда офлайн встречи с женщинами стали невозможны.
And the biggest risk that, of course, they unfortunately weren't able to anticipate is the COVID pandemic that made in-person meetings with the women impossible.
Именно в этот момент мое сближение, тесное сотрудничество с женщинами усилились, потому что я организовала им онлайн-консультации всех специалистов, в которых они нуждались.
And at that point, she developed an even closer relationship with the women because she developed this Zoom Jusan online network that helped connect them to any kind of specialists that they needed help with to resolve their issues.
Пандемия ковид также отсрочила процесс реинтеграции детей к школе.
Отсрочила в каком смысле?
Дети сразу не смогли пойти в школу, они ждали, пока ковид закончится.
So it also delayed the children's reintegration in terms of education, since they weren't able to attend classes in person.
Но несмотря на все эти риски и вызовы, мы продолжали делать свою работу, и это делала не я одна, это делала большая команда специалистов, практиков на местах.
But despite all of these risks and challenges, the program went forward, and she wants to emphasize that it wasn't her alone. It's a whole group of local specialists and local counselors who have been activated to support the women who've returned.
Самой приоритетной задачей это являлись проблемы с физическим здоровьем женщин. И в первую очередь и детям была оказана медицинская помощь.
The issue of first order for many of the returnees was medical needs, both for adult women and for children.
Второе – это психологическое благополучие женщин.
And the second need in terms of priorities was psychosocial.
Третье – это социальная реинтеграция.
And the third is social reintegration.
Четвертое – это решение экономических, бытовых вопросов.
The fourth challenge is resolving economic and sort of everyday life issues.
И пятое – это, безусловно, теологические консультации.
And the fifth was theological counseling.
Но после того, как привезли женщин в Казахстан, началась реализация различных международных грантов и проектов в отношении этих женщин.
And after the women returned, there are a number of international organizations that also started projects to help support them.
Эти проекты были направлены проводили разные мероприятия, начиная от внешней оценки и заканчивая наращиванием потенциала местных практик.
So they engaged in a lot of different areas, from doing external needs assessments to developing the skills for local practitioners.
Безусловно, для нас очень важна внешняя оценка нашей работы.
And it goes without saying that for them, the external assessment of their work was really important.
И вот благодаря проекту государственного финансируемого государственным департаментом, реализуемым университетом Иллинойса, это внешняя оценка, которая была произведена под руководством доктора Стивена Вейна и Ноа Такера.
And she's in particular grateful for the external assessment that came from the project supported by the U.S. State Department, the University of Illinois, and she mentioned Steve and I.
Я считаю, что это самая объективная оценка, потому что они непосредственно встречались со всеми женщинами и проводили интервью во всех городах Казахстана.
She felt like that external assessment was particularly important because we actually traveled to meet directly with the women in cities across Kazakhstan.
В результате этого исследования был выработан реальный инструмент по внешней оценке программ репатриации.
And as a result of that program, she's been able to develop. Our practitioner network together has been able to develop plans for what to do next. Мне говорят, что у нас мало времени осталось.
Все, окей. В результате этого проекта даже была создана команда сильных практиков Республики Казахстан, и Центральной Азии, которые специалистов по репатриации.
And as a result of that project, we've been able to put together a practitioners network for people to support practitioners not just in Kazakhstan, but in the whole Central Asian region.
И я хочу поблагодарить всех тех, кто причастен к этому проекту, потому что они дали нам возможность сделать наши программы устойчивыми.
And she said she really wants to thank everybody who's been involved in that program, in particular because it gave them the ability to construct a program that will be long-lasting.
Все, если время.
And
Спасибо.
that's,
Если есть
and
вопросы,
that's
я готова.
the end of her remarks, and she'll be happy to take other questions. Okay, спасибо огромное, Гулназ, и за такие добрые слова в отношении нам. Я думаю...
Thank you, Gulnaz, for such warm words.
That's okay.
Can you hear my translation right now?
Okay, yeah, wonderful. So now I don't have to translate anymore. I was hoping for an extra paycheck. Okay, so our next speaker, I'm really delighted to welcome Tolat Rafauddin, who, as I mentioned, is Director General of Monitoring, Rehabilitation, and Security Department at the Republic of the Maldives Ministry of Home Affairs, where he also chairs the Rehabilitation and Reintegration Committee formed under the Anti-Terrorism Act. Among other duties, he reviews and monitors rehabilitation programs conducted for prisoners, including those convicted for terrorism-related offenses, and advises the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Correctional Service, and other custodial facilities on prisoner rehabilitation. This includes the Republic of the Maldives National Reintegration Center, the NRC, set up to rehabilitate and reintegrate foreign fighters and their family members, women and children, returned from Iraq and Syria. Tolat previously served as a political advisor for the Embassy of Japan in the Maldives and was also trained as an Interpol operations officer to serve as officer in charge for the Ba Atoll region and performed a variety of managerial and security tasks. He's also currently an associate lecturer at the Maldives National University. Thank you so much for being with us, Tolat, and we'll turn over the microphone to you.
Thank you very much, Noah, and I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And good morning to participants attending from Washington, and good evening from Maldives as well. My program, my presentation is based on rehabilitation, the integration of foreign fighter returnees in the Maldives and people who have traveled to Syria and designated conflict zones. So mainly what the repatriation efforts are based in people who are currently in Syria. They've been traveling to Syria since early 2013 or 2014, and then once ISIS was defeated, they have started to return back. So I will be looking into the legal framework of the rehabilitation programs that we are conducting. Next slide, please. So the legal and the regulatory framework is based on the Anti-Terrorism Act that's enacted in 2015. That's been revised 3 times now to cater the needs of the returnees. The latest was in 2021. The latest revision was there. And under this act, we have established the National Reintegration Center to rehabilitate and reintegrate returnees from conflict zones. And we also operate under the 2 regulations, the Rehabilitation Reintegration Regulation and the Counter Extremism Regulation that's enacted under Terrorism Act. So part of that regulation gives us power to do rehabilitation programs for not only for returnees but also people who are convicted of terrorism acts and people who are in prisons as well. So it also provides us procedures for children born in the conflict zone, and what we have to do for these children, how are we going to provide them citizenship and their travel permits. Next slide, please. So the process for returnees is not very complicated. Once they arrive, once we start processing, we first, for example, children born in conflict zones, we have the procedure in the act. So we take their DNA samples or determine whether they are Maldivian citizens. So that's court process will be continuing in that process. Once that process is done, we will start bringing families back. With the current repatriation efforts, we have already completed that phase now. So it's a matter of time that a new batch will be returning to Maldives. So once they return to Maldives, we will be doing the medical checkups. We are coordinating with the Ministry of Health and the local hospitals, and we will be presenting the clients to court within 48 hours, so that the risk assessment process that's done by police will start. Within that period, we will be housing them in the National Reintegration Center. And the risk assessment will determine whether a client is a victim or a suspect. If they are determined as a victim, they will be admitted to the rehabilitation program. But also it's important to keep in mind children above the age of 15 will be subject to the risk assessment, and they can also be subject to us becoming a suspect based on that assessment. So once we determine whether a client is a victim, we will be we'll be doing the assessment framework for psychological assessments and also the other assessment, educational background checks. And then once we done that, we will present that to the the Rehabilitation Reintegration Committee. So the role of the committee is to mostly to determine what's the most effective program for clients actually, and to monitor the effectiveness of the program more. One clients, and
Talat, I don't know if you can hear me, but we're having some connection difficulties on our end. Okay, we lost him, I guess. Let's wait a couple moments here and see if we get him back, and if not, we may have to rearrange our order. Okay. Aziz, вы с нами? Assalamu alaikum.
Салам алейкум.
Glasses.
Спасибо много. Как вы сами?
Хорошо, спасибо. Так, мы потеряли наш предыдущий спикер. Значит, если вы готовы, мы уже начнем с вами.
We would like to start your speech then. Okay, good. Good day to everybody. I would like to thank everybody, for providing opportunity. At least we can share, I would say, some minor activities on our part that we have done. My name is Aziz Usmanov. I'm 29 years old, and I work on the Rehabilitation-related issues for the last 7 years. I started when I was 20 years old. I will be very brief. The main repatriation has started from 2021. That was mostly for ICRC. We started work with repatriation, and the first 79 people, 79 children in 2021. We have found that children were missing the education programs, and we have launched the education program in 2022. Support with USIP. Right now, we are conducting the dialogue with USIP on the repatriates that have been returned this year. And prior to that, USIP have helped us tremendously on educational part for the returned children. And from February 2022, with the Green Life Project, AP, and Hunkal, NOAA, we started to provide psychological support for the children and the teachers that are currently working with repatriated children. And within the frame of this project, we have supported socially the repatriates from the post-traumatic stress. And I would like to mention 3 important factors. First, we have finished yesterday very important CAP research, and we found out that two insights regarding female and the children. For women, we see that they are in tremendous need of the profession because they need their kids. And since the Kyrgyzstan doesn't have any specific programs like that, we use the help from United Nations and other sponsorship programs as such. And second, that insight is the low self-esteem. Women tend to feel very guilty, and it's very important as well to mention that. And with children, we found out that children tend to be very closed off. They don't like to speak much. And 3 years ago, when we received the first 79 children, same happening with the recent returnees as well. This year, with support, we wanted to see, we have launched new methodology so the policemen can have more efficient work regarding this repatriation. That was a pilot project, but we're happy to mention that it worked well. And right now, have two locations, Varshavanki area, and the majority of repatriates are located in these two locations. And another thing that I would like to mention, on a daily basis, working with repatriates, we started to have the understanding that we have no idea about anything. We now start to notice that the problem is in a different place, really. It seems like we have no idea what is happening. Even with the help that we are providing to those repatriates, it's just a minor support that they are receiving. It's not enough. And I would also like to mention that I would like to say to everyone who is working on such programs, including me, all of us, we should not make them as a lab rats, let's say a test lab people. They are people still. The last research has shown us that the repatriates being asked the same questions by all the organizations. We somehow want to help them, but without asking questions. So basically, we should not complicate their lives. We need to simply help them. And thank you all. I have a brief speech like that. I hate to show any slides. That's why I didn't present any slides here. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Okay. Katar Ahmad Aziz. Tolat, I think you're back with us. I'm sorry that we lost you there, your connection. So we'd be happy to welcome you back to resume your presentation.
Yes, thank you. Apologies for the disconnection. Yes, so as I was continuing with my slide, I think that was the process for returnees. So once we, during the rehabilitation phases, we still take clients to court. There's a time limitation for example, if the court gives 4 or 6 months, for example, once the 6 months is exhausted, we still take them to the court and ask the court to extend the program. And during that phase, we also start with the reintegration phase as well. So we look into the communities that they will be going. Families conduct communications with their families. We also allow them to call the families as well. So I think we think that it will be more effective. From the beginning, they will be in contact with their families in the Maldives. And we have a pre-risk assessment, also a pre-release assessment for the clients, that's also done by the police. That will determine whether our program, whether a client is ready to be reintegrated or whether there's a threat from that person, from that individual. And when I meant by client for this risk assessment, I'm talking about clients above the age of 15 and adults as well. So children are not subject to this security risk assessment. But for the sake of the family values or family, for the sake of children, we do house children below the age of 15 with their parents, with their mothers, and they are also subject to the rehabilitation program based on their age group. Next slide, please. And once we, if there's a determination of the suspect, if a client is from the risk assessment done by the police, once they're considered a suspect, we move to an investigation, criminal investigation, that's also under the Terrorism Act. And once they're in the trial phase, even if they're not guilty of a crime, the court can still order them to undergo a rehabilitation program in prison or in the community as well. But the court can do that. They are still required to undergo a rehabilitation program. Next slide, please. And I will be looking into the reintegration, the Rehabilitation Reintegration Committee a little bit. So this is a multi-agency committee that includes 5 agencies. Actually, there's one missing here, the Department of Juvenile Justice. So Ministry of Home Affairs will chair the committee, and we have a representative from Ministry of Gender and Social Services, National Counter-Terrorism Center, Family and Child Protection Department of the Maldives Police Service, and the Counter-Terrorism Department official, and also a official from the Department of Juvenile Justice. So the committee is, again, mandated under the Anti-Terrorism Act to determine the effectiveness and monitor the effectiveness of the rehabilitation program. Next slide, please. The program, the rehabilitation program that we conduct in the National Reintegration Center is based on 4 components. Psychosocial support, that's giving mental health awareness and family support. As I mentioned just a while back, we do allow clients to contact their families on a weekly basis. That will depend on the progress of the assessments and how they're progressing in the center. So the more improvement they show, we will give them more phone calls or more visits from their families. And the religious programs, counseling, disengagement programs are there. With the education program, this is especially important for children. We believe that even with the first returning families, we experience that some children does not speak the Maldivian language. So that's a issue that we face. So once they are brought in, we start the homeschooling program. So we teach them the language, the cultural areas of Maldives. And the Ministry of Education will do an assessment on their education level, and they will advise us on what kind of syllabus we have to follow so that they can be enrolled into the school, the local school where the NRC is, the island where NRC is located. So with the first family, we have successfully done that. And then once they are moved to their island, that's also, from that island also we have enrolled them to school. And the vocational part is also important for adults, I think. Technical skills development programs for the clients, what kind of work they're interested in, and we try to coordinate that with the technical skills development agencies. That's available locally and even outside of that island. Next slide. So the first returning family returned on March 2022. So there was a mother and 4 children, and the youngest 2 were born in Syria. and they were reintegrated to their community, their island in April this year. We had a good experience with them, also challenges as well. Next slide, please. The family that returned, I think, please, next slide. So the issues that we faced from this experience, it's important to look into this and review our program. So that's what we are doing now. We did see that there was a lack of awareness on the issue of returning families, violent extremism throughout other agencies in the Maldives that are involved in this work. And since I think that's because there is a new experience for the Maldives as well. And we also believe that there's a challenge of short-term and long-term psychosocial support, because we have very few people trained in this area, and there is a nationwide issue for the Maldives. Even when they are reintegrated into their community, we find difficult to provide that support because there's no trained people in that island on this area. So coordination issues there, sharing resources and personnel from other agencies. And I think that one of the serious issues that we will face even in the future will be the issues of mental health and the post-traumatic stress disorders. We think that this will be still a continuing issue. And from the first family, we also faced that, and the mother still takes medication for this. The children are doing fine. I think they're doing well, but the mother or other adults, even in the future, will be having this issue. And during the reintegration phase, we find a bit of challenge to the community engagement, sensitization. Again, awareness from different communities are at a different level. So this is going to be a challenging area that we are trying to address now. And another issue is that monitoring phase. The National Reintegration Center does not have the legal authority to monitor or directly engage with clients. So what we do is we had formed a multi-agency task force, kind of a committee in the local community. So we are in constant contact with those agencies to look into the affairs of the clients, their well-being. Also, multi-agency approach in the community, the local council, health centers, hospitals, schools, NGOs, bringing them together is an issue, is a challenge for us. I think because of the new experience in this area. And coordination between agencies, we find that a growing issue in Maldives. I hope that in the coming months or with the arrival of other families, we will be having much less of this issue. And it's important that we need support from the families and the local communities. At the moment, with the current family, we are getting the support. We not to the extent we expected, but still it's at a satisfactory level. Next slide, please.
Just to let you know, we've got about 1 minute left.
Yeah, sure.
And because we want to make sure there's plenty of time for questions.
Yeah. So what's worked in the first experience we had? So we believe there is a successful reintegration of the family, and because we have admitted the children at the local schools, and the community engagement and the parents of other children at the school. So there's a successful part in that. And we are also able to secure social protection support for single mothers program. There's a National Social Protection Agency, so they provide income support for single mothers. So that's something that we believe it's a good sign for her financial situation. At the moment, I think it's too soon to say whether radicalization or violent extremist ideologies are still. She has that tendency to turn into violent extremism probably too soon, but at the moment, there's not much of signs of radicalization. Next slide. I think that's all for my presentation. I think, sorry, current efforts very quickly. So we are working to repatriate new families. I think there will be 21 people that we will be repatriating. And we have increased the coordination efforts and because clear roles for other government agencies are already written and documented. And we are building the training and capacity program, especially with the assistance of the Counter Extremism Project supported by the US State Department. So Hunkal has been working with me for the past two and a half odd years now. And we are also getting assistance from the Transparency Maldives from the Prime project that's funded by the USAID. So I think we are in very good hands with the international support. So that's it for my presentation. I'm looking forward for your questions, please.
Thank you so much for that. We will open up to questions here in just a moment, and I wanted to remind all of those online that since there's not a chat function open, please use the Q&A function to ask your questions, and I guess somebody will let me know when there's questions online, because I'm doing the Luddite thing up here. I wanted to just make a couple of comments based on, well, first of all, thank you again to all of our speakers this morning. It's a real privilege to get to hear from frontline practitioners in so many different contexts. I think some of the things that we heard from all of the presentations together is that a real strength, at least in my mind, of each of these programs has been that it's very human-focused. As Gulnaz mentioned, Kazakhstan has defined their reintegration process as primarily a humanitarian project. And I think that certainly changes the way that the services that are offered and the array of services and the order in which they're offered, and I think has done a lot in each of these cases to contribute to the success that has been had. And I think it's worth noting that in each of these contexts, there's not necessarily a great deal of public support and sympathy for that, for treating people as humans first. But I think I'll be interested to hear from our speakers and other questions, the extent to which that may have been key to success. Making a clear delineation in several of the contexts between those who are classified as victims of extremism and those who are brought to responsibility as perpetrators, I think has also been really important in success, and an area where, as we might discuss this afternoon, Kyrgyzstan has yet to make a decision about how it will handle that part, and I think that will have a huge effect on their program going forward. Another one of the commonalities between these are recognizing that community resources and applying a community-based approach is really important. And it struck me that as different as these three contexts are, one of the challenges that they each face, and that I suspect had a great deal to do with the factors that drove people out in the first place, is that each of these countries is characterized by having sort of extreme peripheries. The Maldives are an archipelago that are where islands are very, very far separated from one another and sometimes difficult to get to. Kazakhstan is the direct opposite. It's one of the largest countries by landmass in the world, but the cities, in effect, are the same way. They are a kind of archipelago that are separated from one another by hundreds of kilometers, not good transit in some cases, and extremely uneven distribution of resources and access to services in the places that many of the returnees came from and are returning back to. And Kyrgyzstan is a country that is about 85% mountain, and the north and south of the country are divided by an extremely high mountain range, and no longer joined even for logistics and transit in the way that it once was in the Soviet period. So it presents another extreme challenge, and one of the difficulties that we have come up against trying to support that program is that, you know, most of the returnees are children. Most of them have gone back to southern Kyrgyzstan, and there is not a single child psychologist in all of southern Kyrgyzstan. So what do we do about that, and how do we get around that challenge, recognizing that we face it? So I apologize for abusing the moderator's privilege there, and I want to turn over to the room questions that you have for our excellent panelists.
Hi, this is coming in from our virtual viewers. This first question is for Tolath. How do you deal with cases that are victim and suspect? For example, men that have committed crimes while with ISIS but have a war trauma, or women who were involved in terrorist propaganda but were abused by their husbands. Secondly, how many more Maldive nationals remain in Syria and Iraq? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sophia, for this question. At the moment, we don't have any men that's coming back. We had a case in 2020. I think one person returned by his own travel expenses, and then we found out he came back, and then the same process started. He was considered a suspect, but subsequently the court decided to drop the case because there was no evidence. So we put him under monitoring and control order. I think that's still an ongoing case. So even with the majority of people who are about to return, we have probably more than 90% is women and children. So at the moment, we don't have this experience for men. And women who were involved in terrorist propaganda but were abused by their husbands. I think we consider most of the time, I think even with the current family, the first assessment showed that she was a suspect, but because she had children as young as 4-year-olds, we had to keep her in the rehabilitation center because we believe that it was the best interest of the children, that if we separate the mother, then it will be much worse for them. So we have ways to deal with women who were involved in some kind of act, but still, because they have children, we cannot just separate them and then put them in custody. But still, with the new arrivals, I think we might still have that issue with the women involved in terrorist acts, but again, that will depend on the assessments. And how many more Moldovan nationals remain in Syria? Probably about 170, but I think very few, I think about 70 or above, a little above that will return to Maldives.
Oh, hi, it's so nice to see you and hear you, Tholef. Anne Speckard. Hello. I don't know if you can see us, but
yes,
I'm just I'm curious about the ones we interviewed. Some of them in Syria, and gave the notes to NCTC, and I'm just wondering is there any timeline for them to come home? Because the longer those kids stay in Syria, the worse it is, and the women do have PTSD, trauma, and it just seems like it's exacerbating the longer they stay, especially in Al Hol, although the ones we talked to were in Al Roj. But Al Roj is pretty tough too right now.
Yeah. We do have a plan under the repatriation plan. We are trying the first group that we are going to bring is now in a Turkish facility. So that's 21 individuals, including children. Once we bring them back, we'll be starting to repatriate people in the camps. I'm not sure about a timeline for people in the camps, but I think we will be bringing them sometime next year, probably before August. And I hope that answers your question. And also, we are in a transition process because of the elections we had in last September. So that there might be changes in the new government policy, but I don't think there will be major changes because from a meeting I had today with the transition team, they think that this issue will have to the programs will have to continue, and they see this as a very sensitive issue as well. So I think there's an understanding from that team as well that there's an important effort that we will need to continue.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentations. Can you talk a little bit more about the case management systems that you are using, what the strengths and weaknesses of them might be, who actually manages the overall process and decides the basket of services that are on offer, particularly if they are cross-departmental?
Is that question toward anyone in particular?
Great to hear from anyone.
Okay, yeah. Gulnaz, может, вы сначала?
Ну,
Вопрос слышно было?
у нас, если касается программ реабилитации,
As for rehabilitation programs, the main governmental agency has coordinated all the cases. This is the religion committee. They are supervising the rehabilitation programs. And as for the prosecution, and of course, that is the security department of Republic of Kazakhstan. So it's few national governmental agencies that are undertaking this responsibility, again, looking at what is the goal, whether it's the journalist that we work in, or is it the prosecution, or is it the post-prison rehabilitation, whichever program we are talking about. So looking at it, and that might be multiple agencies from government side.
Tolat, do you want to take this one next?
Sorry, what was the question? I couldn't hear that much.
It's about case management. What's the system for case management that you use, and who takes responsibility for determining the basket of services that people receive? Set.
So NRC has psychosocial support section. So they will be doing all this assessment and determining how the program will continue. The Rehabilitation and Reintegration Committee will not be involved in that process. They will recommend the path forward, and that's what we will be taking into account. And in the case management at the moment, it's done by that section, the psychosocial support section. So there are social workers, and they will do the case management.
If you are still interested in more details on this question for Central Asia, we can come back to it in our panel where we do that. So they are managed on sort of a municipal level by a cluster of different agencies, but case management is one of the things that we feel like may be an area that could use some additional support in those countries. So other questions from the room or anybody else online? Looks like we have more. We have about 5 minutes left.
Okay, great. This comes in from Timothy, addressed to Aziz in Kyrgyzstan. How important is it to prepare the community for reintegration in these contexts? For instance, where would you find the balance between focusing on the individual for reintegration and focusing on preparing the community to accept reintegration of the individual?
Спасибо большое. Очень интересный вопрос.
Thank you for this question. It is interesting and a complicated question. The problem with balance is the international support was tremendous, but the local society had concerns regarding some type of negative impact on the society. So one woman approached me and she said that she didn't have a husband, he died a long time ago, and she said she has 2 children and they need additional education. And I, from my side, said that we have some educational program for returnees from Syria. And she said, so does it mean that I need to go to Syria and return back home from Syria so you can help me? So right now we are considering maybe helping not only women, the returnees, but also maybe for the whole class of people, like for the whole grade of the children. The grades might be like 20 children in one grade. Maybe we can help all of them. We're considering that right now.
Thank you all. Спасибо огромное, shukriya. Having had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Talat in person earlier this year and having had the honor of visiting NRC and seeing some of the wonderful educational efforts and hard work that were underway, I wanted to ask of maybe potential lessons learned in the process of reintegration of children to the mainstream educational system. And this is directed at our Maldivian colleague, but also anyone else on the panel, as I'm sure there are plenty of lessons from these initial processes. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. I think the school system was quite a challenge, but we did have a very extensive engagement with the local schools that NRC is located. We did had some hesitance from a few parents at the. And I think I'll probably be addressing Timothy Clancy's question as well from this. Yes, the community engagement in the island where NRC is located was also an important area that we had to engage when we were before we start sending the children to school. We did engage with the local school there. Yes, we did have some hesitation from some parents, and we had to engage with them, explain them the situation, whether these children were risk or not. We had to explain to them that these children are still victims of that conflict, and that's not their fault to be in a conflict zone. So that kind of engagement was conducted, and I think that improving community support, I think when we bring together the local councils and schools together, we think that it works. And then engaging with the parenting of schools, parents of school children is an important area that we did. And it was quite an effective way that these children could go into the school and then did not have any issues with stigmatization. I think the strategies that can undermine adoption rates is still a lack of awareness between communities. People are very fearful, I think, in the communities that clients who are coming from conflict zones may have a bad impact on their community. So that's something we think that can be addressed with awareness and more engagement. I think a continuous and a constant engagement can be the more effective way to address this.
So we have just 2 minutes left. I'd be happy to collect maybe 2 questions if we have them in the room or any more online.
It's a piggyback question to the first question that was asked, but around children and adolescents, how is it adjudicated when it's the children or adolescent that has perpetrated violence? Because they are very clearly victims of the adults in their lives and have been pushed into the situation. So how is that adjudicated? And then how are they then rehabilitated and reintegrated? We've heard a little bit about that, but it takes on a different dimension.
Do I need to answer that? I think in the more the Anti-Terrorism Act, it's very clear how to deal with children. They also need to undergo a certain program because they have been, some children are born in conflict zones, so we have to rehabilitate them in order for them to reintegrate into, get familiar with the Moldovan culture. And we do understand that children are victims of conflict, so we don't treat them as suspects.
I know there are some interesting answers to this question from Kazakhstan as well, but I'm getting the
everyone for our next panel. That first panel was extraordinarily interesting, and kudos to the technical team for making that work, and then also a round of applause to Noah Tucker, I think, for going well above and beyond what we normally require of anyone moderating. I say I owe him a beer, but maybe a small car is more appropriate, given the amount of effort and work you put into that. So thanks for making that happening. So this is our second panel of the day, Rehabilitating and Reintegrating Extremist Offenders in the United States, what is being done. Okay, just so to introduce the panel, so we have Juncal Fernandez-Garay-Zabal. She serves as CEP's Development and Program Manager. Juncal is also a co-founder of Parallel Networks, which is a nonprofit organization set up to combat polarization, hate, and extremism in the U.S. Juncal gained professional experience researching conflicts, forced migrations, organized crime, and security. Her research has developed through collaboration in projects with institutions like Georgetown University, The Hague, Center for Strategic Studies, and UNICEF Madrid. Juncal also has gained hands-on experience in peace building while in Latin America and Africa, where she provided psychosocial support to internally displaced populations and other victims of extremism and violence in post-conflict settings. And since 2019, Juncal has been working to build the capacity of several countries, including the U.S., the Republic of the Maldives, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan, to effectively rehabilitate and reintegrate individuals returning from conflict areas and those convicted for extremism-related offenses. Thanks, Juncal, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Bryant Vinyas, welcome, Bryant, if you can still hear us.
Yes, I can hear you, loud and clear. Thank you for having me.
Bryant was the first American to be recruited into al-Qaeda after 9/11. During his time in the Afghan-Pakistan border region between 2007-2008, Bryant encountered a variety of jihadi groups, was trained by al-Qaeda, and spent time with several of the group's most senior figures. After his arrest, Bryant started cooperating with U.S. authorities and contributed significantly to the near disappearance of al-Qaeda in the tribal areas of Pakistan. Since his release from incarceration, Brian has shared his story and insights to advance the understanding of experts and the public alike on the ongoing issue of Western foreign fighters, as well as rehabilitation and reintegration of those convicted for terrorism-related offenses. Welcome, Brian. As I mentioned, I believe you both have presentations. Hunkal has slides. Brian, maybe you want to start with an overview of your view on the topic.
Sure. What do you think the first subject I should talk about? There's several.
You know what? You know what you always talk about, and why I asked you to talk with us here today. You always ask the same questions, but for once, I'd like you, B, to let everybody who's here today know what it actually is to come home after serving time for extremism-related offenses in this country.
Okay. During my time incarcerated, I was cooperating with law enforcement, U.S. and international, and I was under the impression I was going to get the witness protection program and start a new life with a new identity under the protection of the marshals. And maybe like 2 days before my release, I was told that that plan was on hold, and I wasn't really given a clear answer why. So I had to call my lawyer. He was on vacation, so I ended up calling my second lawyer, because I had two lawyers on the case. I told him what happened, and he was really surprised because no one was expecting this. So I got released. The probation department and the FBI, they set up where I stayed at a hotel while I waited for the appeal process to work out, and hopefully they would fix that problem. After a few months, my appeal was denied to get into witness protection, and I was kind of left hanging. You know, I had to start from the very bottom. The only thing I had was my prison ID, so I had to work on getting my Social Security card, to get on welfare, food stamps, government health insurance. And then I went to a three-quarters house because I couldn't stay at a hotel anymore. And I started off three-quarters house. From there, I eventually got an ID with the help of my lawyer. He helped me get a New York State ID. And then from there, I went to an organization called Fortune Society, and they help people who have been released from incarceration get on their feet, help them with job interview skills so that they can better their chances at securing a good job. And I went through that program. They helped me get my asbestos licenses, and I eventually started off in the asbestos and lead paint removal field. So I had to get my my career going in that direction in the beginning. And, you know, pretty much I started with nothing, and I had to, little by little, get to where I am today with that.
They're so thank you. But well, I have my own presentation, but I would really like if you get a second before we start the Q&A, because I'm sure everybody in the audience has 1,001 questions for you, not for me. Like you're the person here today. Just to talk a bit more in detail what it's been for you, with everything related to finding employment and the unstable housing situation and, the limitations that come along with your probation and all of that. Just if you could get into that, and then I'll ramble off.
Well, sure. Yikes. Well, I had a situation where nobody really knew what to do with me. And I know in the beginning there were a lot of people who didn't trust me, even though I really just wanted to be a very boring, guy just trying to get his life started again and leave my old life behind. So in the beginning, I had an ankle monitor. They wanted to track where I was going. I was only allowed maybe 1 hour a day leave my hotel room, and eventually they let it be once a week. I was allowed to leave for like 3 hours, and I had to be back. And then eventually I had like a regular curfew, like from whatever. It could have been 8 in the morning till, I don't know, 6 in the afternoon. I don't remember exactly. It was something like that. So as I worked to stay out of trouble and I listened to my probation officers, they extended my time. And then when I got to the 3/4 house, they gave me like a big curfew. As long as I was looking for work, I was going to Fortune Society and I was going to classes. Eventually, I found a job washing dishes. So that job, restaurants. I mean, back then restaurants closed really late. This is before the pandemic, so restaurant would close at like 11 at night, midnight, and I get home at like 2 in the morning. But eventually they took off the ankle monitor. Oh, and I was going to a court mandated psych. That was another issue. Like once a week, I had to go see her. So, just gaining their trust and staying out of trouble. They gave me that. Oh, they also put internet restriction on me in the beginning, and that's tough because in the beginning, I'm out and the world is different where almost nobody really does paper resumes or paper applications. They usually tell you to go online, go on the website and fill out their application through their website or an app. Sometimes they tell you to do it, and I didn't have that available. So sometimes I would ask my other lawyer, Carla, I would ask her if she could fill that out to me. So it was rough, and that's why I had a hard time getting a job because I had all those obstacles. But eventually, they loosened the internet restriction. They allowed me to have a smartphone, and I was able to get past all that through there. What was the other part of the question?
No, just to basically, give us indeed the overview of what all the restrictions that you were mentioning with regard to the ankle monitor, the internet restrictions allowed to job, how this affected, for example, your housing situation, or even employment itself. Like if you actually did get a response for stuff, then comes the background checks, and at the same time, it's a condition of your supervised release to get a job. And they make it increasingly complicated for you to get a job for a bunch of reasons. So how all of that worked out?
Yeah, in the beginning, it was tough because if you're just trying to get just a basic job with no like special certifications or licenses, if you're just competing with the general public and you already have a criminal background that a lot of companies will check your name, there's already a big disadvantage. When I was able to wash dishes, then that they loosened up, they lightened up a little bit, and once I started working, in asbestos and lead removal, then they were happy because I was able to overcome that hurdle of the background check, but also that it was a decent paycheck too. So I was working that, and then when the pandemic hit, I was doing coronavirus cleaning in the nursing home. And then since I was working when I'm pretty sure like the majority of New York City wasn't, my probation officer, she really told me, "Wow, I have a lot of respect for you, what you're doing. You're doing a very good thing." Because a lot of nursing homes have been hit hard with the coronavirus, with the elderly. And she really, from that day on, she's been so sweet and understanding and helpful to me, like to the max. So that was like another big turning point that I had working during the pandemic. And it's another thing, like a lot of people that were staying home, they were collecting the coronavirus checks. If you stayed home, and I wasn't doing that. I was going out and working. But yeah, I mean, right now I'm switching over to the plumbing field, and I already had a few issues where the boss check my name, or they would ask my criminal background. You know, I can't lie. I have to tell them the truth. So things started off fine, but ended on a sad note for my path. So, but I recently found another company who hired me. I should be starting this week.
I know. Congrats. Very happy about that. You know that.
You want to turn to your present? But Brian, if you wouldn't mind, if you'd stick with us, there's a lot of questions that the audience has for you. But if we could just pivot to Honkal, your presentation.
And Brian, as I present, I'm pretty sure that you're probably going to want to butt in with some examples. You and I have known each other for, I don't know, years now. How long has it been? 4 years, 5 years?
Oh man, since I went to the Spy Museum, I saw you. I don't remember the exact year. It was definitely before the pandemic.
It's been a long time. Darlene, can I get my slides? Oh, okay. I don't see them. Thank you so much, because I mean the reason why I wanted for you to speak today was not so much, you know, the sob story or to criticize all the things that have been that could have improved, you know. But your case is a very particular one. I mean, your background story, Afghanistan, then coming back, cooperating with authorities, that's pretty unique. So I'm not surprised either, right, that, like you said, they didn't know what to do with you. That's it, you know. But I think that your story in particular also serves to depict things that weren't done as great, but that thankfully now, you know, we're trying to improve upon, and that we've picked up on, and we're trying to do our best, you know, to improve situations like people like yours. Maybe not as hardcore, you know, but you know, still people that come home from prison after serving time for extremism-related offenses. And so that's another thing I wanted to publicly thank you, because it's because of you and other people in your circumstances that we, you know, came about with the idea of, you know, alternative pathways, which is our attempt was to put together the first program in the United States that actually built in-prison support for extremism-related offenders and bridged that to post-release support. And it was thanks to DHS funding that we've been working at this for the past 2 years, a little over. And as I say, I'm going to just present the program a little bit, and there's areas where you might actually want to butt in as I move forward. Can I change this myself? There we go. Yes. So as I was explaining, Alternative Pathways was meant to bridge in-prison support to post-release services for people convicted for extremism-related offenses. Why this particular people population? Well, because of people like Brian, right? Because well, first of all, you have the constant question of whether, you know, prisons, are they radicalization hubs? And this, of course, it's even worse when, you know, there's the problem of white supremacy in prisons, and I know there's people from the BOP in the audience today, so maybe, you know, they're very well aware of what I'm talking about. And especially the post-release support, right? When people come home, when their socioeconomic situation is difficult, they have the added stigma, they have the social isolation, the inability to get employment, stable housing. So what do we do? And most importantly, we were very well aware, well, this is a case-by-case basis. How do we tailor programs to each person and their very specific circumstances as they come home? So what we developed is the Alternative Pathways Workbook. It's a 10-session workbook that speaks about, you know, all the topics that have been identified normally in the literature as, you know, the risk factors for radicalization. There was a mental health component, or that trauma-informed care. There's also speaking about gender, you know, and misogyny and how that affects conspiracy theories. So we touch upon all these different topics throughout, as I was saying, 10 chapters. And the idea was to deliver this workbook both reaching out to extremism offenders across the country via written correspondence, and also in prison, in person, with this very specific population. I cannot unfortunately talk about the delivery of this program in prison, since one of the challenges, and I think that's worth it. Sarah, don't laugh. One of the main challenges was actually implementing this program in person, but that is a completely different conversation that we're not going, maybe later we can have. And as we worked with people on these 10 different sessions, this allowed us to actually get a sense of who these people are, what motivated them to join, where they are now, and what is it that they are, what does their post-release situation look like? Where are they at ideologically? What support do they have? Do they have any kind of support? What are their expectations? What are their hopes when they come back? And how do we actually transform this to positive pro-social connections when they leave the prison system? So the whole workbook was based on a theory of change that we put together, and the goal essentially of the whole program was to ensure that people coming home in the United States with extremism-related offenses had a safe, healthy, and dignified transition into the community. We avoided language such as, de-radicalization, disengagement, because they're in and of themselves controversial. And I think that if you were to ask, for example, me, what I understand, rehabilitation, reintegration, derad, maybe I'll probably give a very different response to that of Brian. Simply for who we are, our life experiences, and our expectations, right? So safe, healthy, and dignified reentry back into the community, and of course, make it sustainable. And so, well, I'm actually very happy that we're able to put this conference here today, because the first goal of that theory of change was, well, if we get all the right actors in the right place and we get them all on the table, how does this help? Because one of the problems that we identified is everybody's doing their own thing. You have, the prison system on the one hand, probation on the other, and the courts and the cops and then the community organizations. Everybody actually plays a role in this process, but there seems to be an apparent lack of coordination. So how do we move this forward? And of course, the individual at the end of the day is the center of the person coming back is the center of it. And we did focus on the mental health aspect of it, but not, and my colleagues here today will speak more in depth about that today, not to medicalize, radicalization, not to draw a direct link between trauma and radicalization, none of that, but, the definition of well-being. What does it mean to be okay? Not for me, not for the person doing the program, but for the person who's on the receiving end of it, and who's going to be the person going back to the community, who's going to be labeled as. I don't know what it is to be labeled as, but the people that we've been working with definitely know. And of course, we spoke about employment. We're speaking with Brian. When the conditions of your supervised release are, you need to get a job, but you can't get a job, how do you move forward? Family, who is supposed to be your main support? Do you have that support? And if not, what do we do? And of course, we also, stigma, yes, sorry, I can't see the slides. Stigma, indeed, what effects does it have? Not just in all the other spheres that we've spoken about, but for you as an individual to be labeled as, or to continuously being labeled as. I remember very clearly the first day I met Brian in person. It was at an event at the Spy Museum. And as I was headed to the Spy Museum, it was impossible to get out of that parking lot, and somebody yelled at me from the back of the parking lot, "Hey, excuse me, are you going to see the terrorist?" Exactly, I guess I am, right? And that was, I hadn't even interacted with Brian ever in my life. And that lady who I'd never met either was, "Are you going to see the terrorist?" Doesn't matter that he cooperated with authorities, doesn't matter that he's there to talk about a series of things, he's still a terrorist. So what does that do to you, and what are the implications of that? And of course, monitoring and evaluation. Liz, you mentioned that during your introduction. How do we gather sufficient information from all of those areas to see what could actually work? But not just what could work, for whom, in what circumstances, how? And if we're speaking about sustainability, for how long, right? And so, well, in numbers, very briefly, we were, oh my God, I do need to, don't remember the numbers out of the top of my head, but I do remember that we reached out to, we identified 295 individuals. Over half of them were Islamic extremists in prison. And the overall response, thank you. That is super. That's right. And indeed, of those contacted, we were able to actually reach 165 individuals. And what I mean by actually reach is that we never got the envelope returns, that there wasn't any issue. 165 people, 59% of them Islamic extremists, 41 right-wing. And we actually successfully engaged a decent number of them, 75% of them being, Islamic extremists, and 10 people completed the actual workbook. So, I mean, it's not huge data, but, it's something that we can definitely work with. So, indeed, that is what we set out. That's what we set out to do, to create this ecosystem of actors where everybody involved at every level of the resocialization, rehabilitation, reintegration process, however we want to call it, was aware of that the person was coming home, who of these people were able to provide some form of support, and who might, sometimes be a bit reluctant because of the issue of trust that Brian was speaking about. And as I was saying, as we dealt with these 10 sessions, we were also able to engage in actually pretty personal conversations at a given point, because it's not just the written correspondence. You get the phone calls, you get, you actually develop a human relationship with the person on the other end. And they do tell you a lot. They do tell you a lot more than you would actually think that they tell you. And so that also allows to see what well-being is, where they're actually at. Do they need connected to specialized services? As I say, I don't want to, this is not my area of expertise, and I have a wonderful panel coming up this afternoon to speak about mental health. But from the results, clearly that the majority of people actually what they needed is basic psychosocial support, just activating pro-social positive networks that allowed them to, quote unquote, be normal, quote unquote, as early as possible, as quickly as possible, and as easily as possible, and only a short percentage of them actually showing signs. Again, I'm not a clinician, so I wouldn't be able to, make a formal diagnosis, but showing signs that they would require some form of mental health support. And as I was saying, the individual, right, is at the center of all of this, and the first activated was the basic psychosocial support. How do we ensure that there's some form of pro-social network? Whom of the identified stakeholders need to be part of this? And of course, then that takes us to social and educational, right, level. It is, I'm going, there we go. So, because, as when we were writing the When Terrorists Come Home reports, having a job is indeed one of the best ways to reintegrate somebody into society. But how do you do it given the limitations, right? So what we did is we tried to take an approach based on these conversations that, how do you fulfill the person's needs, but also, overcome the harsh reality of the background checks. And what we also tried to do is, when implementing the risk, needs, and responsivity model, whom I know the folks from prison will be very familiar with, is not just to get them into a routine, not just to make them financially independent, but also, develop a sense of self-esteem, social competence. I can actually contribute, despite my background, I can actually contribute, be part of the society once again. And, self-realization, self-efficacy. Of course, for that, we took an assets-based approach. We can talk about this more during the Q&A. And, of course, when finding a job, it always came up, the strength of weak ties, the friend of a friend, getting you jobs, and how does all of this work? And we actually realized that it was mostly family members, close family members, that people were going to rely upon, at least when getting out, and oh, well, my cousin knows somebody and they might, get me a job, or I spoke to my uncle, wherever it was, and I can get maybe a job when I get out. And indeed, a lot of the times, family did act as this pro-social influence, providing socioeconomic supports and acting, of course, as bridges, with the broader community. But another issue that I didn't get a chance to ask during our first panel is what happens when the family is actually a risk factor? Like, what do you do when, and it doesn't mean, like the family actively contributed to the person's radicalization process, but what if there is indeed a long history of trauma for that individual and it comes from an adverse childhood experience? Are you actually going to put them back in that situation? And what if that family is the only source of support that they have at that moment, right? So all these questions that make you realize not what we're doing wrong, but areas that we should, of course, try to understand and try to put an important focus on, because, as I'm saying, it's usually the first source of support that people have. And the last area, of course, was how do we decrease community resistance and reduce stigma, right? And unfortunately, none of the people who completed the program have been back in the community for long enough to actually me say, oh, you definitely know this or that. But we did realize that the more a person was able to develop pro-social behaviors, anger management, and all of that, the better response that they were having in their day-to-day interactions. And of course, that also allowed them to gradually, try to be less of and again, my colleagues will explain this afternoon, less in a fight, flight, freeze mode, like relaxing and also changing their overall worldview attitudes towards the community, right? That is what we did indeed start seeing as the program progressed. And hopingly, the approach that we were taking is how all this trajectory from in prison to the post-release, by involving all the actors, it was the only way that we would be able to get a holistic and actually 360-degree view of what the process looks like. And as I started this whole thing, right, what works for whom and what circumstances have for how long will definitely vary, but only by involving everybody at each stage of this whole process will we be able to actually understand. And we're all here because at the end of the day, policy making, legislation, and all of that, well, the model proposed, at least for now that we're working towards, is indeed at least evidence-based legislation, evidence-based policies. So that will be for me today, for now at least. And please, David, just yeah.
No, it's very, very interesting, and thanks for taking us all through that. I think, and I'm interested in hearing, Brian's reaction to that or the audience's reaction to that. But kind of just going up from more of a general question, but with a very specific target to kind of get a different viewpoint on this. I mean, there's a lot of practitioners, experts, academics here. We're talking a lot about reintegration, rehabilitation. I'm curious, Brian, what you would consider to be, a successful rehabilitation and reintegration as someone who's, gone through this process. It may be the same, from what we all think, but maybe for you, we have a unique kind of specific viewpoint about what that would actually mean to be successfully rehabilitated and reintegrated.
Sure. I guess the first step is having a good attitude. Who Kyle brought up, it really depends on your own self-motivation, on a case-by-case basis. If you're going to be bitter and just with a bad attitude, you're not going to get very far. So first, it starts with yourself. It starts with how determined you are to be successful, and most importantly, leaving your past behind you and moving forward. So it starts with that. If you have a good family support system, obviously that helps a lot. At the time, I wasn't in communication with anybody from my family. But a few years after I got released, I reached out to my father and my older brother, and I have open line of communication with them. Things are very good. I think another issue would be, staying low key. That's another thing. Like I was in the beginning, I was offered a lot of interviews, and I didn't really want to jump in front of the camera just anything. Eventually, I did 60 Minutes because they had a good reputation. They were very professional. But I wasn't jumping in front of every camera and microphone, you know, like certain people. But you know, just staying low key. Getting certifications is another big thing because you're competing with other people for the same job opening. You know, so what separates yourself from the average person on the street is, you know, licenses and certifications. So I had a good support system in the Fortune Society. I think they're a great organization. They open up their doors to everybody. Doesn't matter what your charge is. I mean, I know they don't get a lot of Al Qaeda cases. I think I was probably the first one, but because I went in and, you know, I was quiet and stuck to doing whatever work they gave us to do, good attendance, arriving on time, you know, I blend in, and nobody really knew who I was until later on. You know, when I went on 60 Minutes, then they knew who I was. But you know, having a support system where there may be a nonprofit organization that helps people out, I think that's a big plus. Trying to think what else is a good thing. You know, getting any type of work experience, even if it's something humble like washing dishes and learning how to be social, because when you're in prison for a long time, it's that type of interaction in that environment. You have to like reprogram yourself once you get out if you do a long bid. So being in regular civilian life again, I think starting with a low-level job is good. Learning how to, you know, interact with coworkers before you make the jump into like a better field, a better paying field. I think that's a good advice. Okay, what else do we talk about? I might be forgetting something.
I don't know what you consider a successful process.
But I would say, Homekala, that seems to comport with what you're saying about it's the individual being reintegrated, positive mindset, you know, willing to work, but then also the context in which they're being integrated, which is a support system and access to psychosocial
Absolutely.
tools as well.
And I like Brian and I have been go back for many years, and Brian, I think you like as your process has evolved, you know, as the longer you've been out. I mean, your social network is good. Your social support, like you know, right? I think that's also something positive that has been, you know, positively constructed over the years. So that's another thing that definitely I would consider something, you know, a successful sign of rehabilitation and reintegration, that development and expansion of positive connections in the community, definitely.
You know, and I'm sure there's questions from the audience, but before we do that, and Brian, I mean, I would want to also know, you know, when you were incarcerated and putting aside the discussions you had about witness protection and the path that offered you, if you had been offered a program such as this, rehabilitation, reintegration focus, something along the lines of what Homeland has described, and I'm sure you've talked about it, and have you actually spoken about it at different meetings with Homeland for a long time. You know, would you have participated in such a program at the time if it was offered?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I would have at a minimum considered it. You know, having that option there is great. When I got out, I didn't have anything. When I was imprisoned in the witness security unit that I was in, they didn't have any vocational training. The only type of education they really had was GED, but I already graduated high school, so there was nothing available there. So I definitely would have looked into seeing, you know, what type of organizations had something to offer to better myself. So absolutely, I would have definitely looked into it, and if I liked it, you know, I most likely would have accepted it.
I think we should move on to questions. I don't know if there's anything from the audience. I think we do have a few. My colleague Alan has the mic. Alan, over here.
Hi. Thank you very much for your presentations. Overseas, our assistance is predicated on knowing when that moment is, that there's a separation from your past and your reintegration process. And so my question is really about how you track changes in attitudes and behaviors through this process So you can, I mean, there's maybe not a moment where you solemnly swear that you are no longer engaged in, right, in negative activity, but, you know, how is it set up to know that moment? And these two processes are almost, you know, we know this, right, that they're mutually exclusive. On the one hand, we need that clarity, and on the other hand, it's an ongoing process whereby people are continuing to evolve. So we have to square that circle in order to support this work, both domestically and internationally. So what are your recommendations for thinking through that quandary?
So I think this goes back to the network of actors, the ecosystem of actors that I was talking about, because at least in our experience, right, one can be a great interventionist and be able to have, you know, those theological discussions, and at a given point one says, well, rhetoric, so what the person is telling me actually matches what they're doing, seemingly, right, which is a great indication of things are going in the right direction. However, we're all human, right, what I mean, and we're all open, you know, we're all vulnerable to, for example, deception. One needs to admit their own limitations. So, of course, programs like this cannot occur in isolation, cannot occur in silos. Like people at the BOP, they have the behavioral analysis unit. They're also able, you know, to track those changes in ideology, changes in behavior. But again, we may be aware, or we may be having conversations with them, with people coming home, that are much more personal, much more intimate than, you know, what you may be tracking from written correspondence in a jail cell, from, you know, phone calls, whatever, right? So it is this mutually reinforcing and necessary relationship between, as I was saying, everybody involved at each stage, that you can actually get a complete picture. Are actions matching behavior? I wish I had like a very specific answer, like, listen, there's this tool that is absolutely fantastic, no fail, just go ahead and use it. Unfortunately, that's not the case. I think it's more than you know, clear that radicalization is, especially when radicalization to violence in this case, is not just a matter of ideology, and you know, you solve the ideology and everything, you know, works. There's been an ideology that has transitioned into action. Therefore, we're speaking about actions. We're speaking about ideas. Do they match? Yes. Do I know with 100% certainty that they match? I don't know. That's why, you know, we're advocating for let's everybody who's involved, you know, chip in and actually let us figure out how things are going.
Yeah, can I chip in on that?
Yes, go ahead. That's what you're here for too.
Okay. Like in my case, for example, when I was in prison for a little under 9 years, I only got one write-up, one shot. And if people looked into that, it was because I walked away from the unit manager at the time. She was trying to argue with me, and I just walked away from her. She said I was insolence, that I was ignoring her. But that was because I didn't want to engage in the argument. So you have to look at the person's track record in prison, and you have to see what their behavior is like afterwards when they get released. Like if they're if what they're saying doesn't match what their record is, like if they're pretending to be somebody that they're not, exaggerating how tough they were and all that stuff, you know, that's a big warning flag. You know, like for example, I'm always downplaying what I did. People think I'm like this big Rambo guy when I was over in Afghanistan, and I wasn't. And I was a very low level guy. I'm not trying to be somebody that I'm not. And unfortunately, not everybody's like that. Well, a good indicator of how to judge somebody is what was their prison conduct like, and what is their post prison. I guess how do they project themselves when they got out of prison? Because like I said, I always have to deny a lot of the exaggerations that are, or the caricatures that are made about me. So that's a big plus if you do that.
Thank you so much for. Is that working? Oh, you're holding it. Okay, sorry. What do you? how can I say this? Was there ever a time, like what would have been something that pushed you back, that wasn't being positive? Like, was there any time where something that you weren't getting in a program, or something specifically that would have caused you to not, to get out of the program and go back?
Do you mean something that would risk me getting arrested again?
Saying, you know what, I had a better life before. Like what, something that would derail you. Like what, and what, could have been done or was done to keep you on the path?
Well, I got sabotaged a few times by my own FBI agent, where I was supposed to work with West Point Academy. I was supposed to, at least get some interviews with certain people, and he told them not to, either him or his supervisors, whatever, told them not to work with me. So I had chances where I could have greatly used my past to do something positive, and it didn't happen. So I mean, that's really discouraging when the guy who's supposed to be helping you is sabotaging. But I didn't let that get to me, because my personal attitude is I'm never going back to prison again. There's no way. I'm not going to put myself in a position. And here in New York City, there are people who, just day-to-day life might try to test you. Like if I'm riding my bicycle and some idiot comes out and gets in your way because he's chasing a ball, he didn't look both ways before he crossed into the street, and you almost crashed into him. That's a situation where you could fight somebody. But because I don't want to go to prison, I let it go and I keep on going. It's just one example that happened to me recently. Or, there's, situations like you're in Fortune Society, and it's an open environment for people who've done prison time. You have that energy where somebody else, may want to test you, whatever, and you just got to let it go. So your own personal individual attitude of, I'm always going to stay positive. No matter what happens, I'm going to keep moving forward. If one door closes, I'm going to keep going, looking for another door to keep going. So it's my own personal determination to try to be as successful as I can.
Brian, congratulations that you're reformed and living well. I'm wondering how much religion plays a role, because I'm assuming that wanting to go into Al-Qaeda and be a foreign fighter had something to do with believing a distorted, hijacked version of Islam. And I've worked a lot in prisons, and we've seen people that, with our sheikh, we have a really good Islamic scholar on our staff, and we've seen that when we go in together and talk to somebody and reach them, that if we disabuse them of the ISIS, Al-Qaeda version of Islam, that it really helps them to blossom and grow and stay on a straight and narrow path. And I'm wondering how much that was a factor for you, if at all. And also, what you just said, I'm never going back to prison. We've talked to jihadists not in prison that said, I would do an act of suicide because I'm never going back to prison, and I believe that will take me straight to paradise. So I'm just wondering if you could comment on the whole religious issues as far as how it played out for you. Thank you.
All right. I love when I get multi-layered questions, because I always forget all of them when I start answering one. So if I forget the other two or three that you brought up, please, I'm going to ask you to refresh in my memory. All right. On the last one, where you're like, people, they say I'm not going to prison because they may do a suicide bombing. I was there already on the other side, and I already saw how ugly war is. I already see how there's so much political corruption and tribal problems between different groups and government involvement, where they, like, for example, the Pakistani ISI,
They encourage young people to join jihad, but really they're doing the dirty work, destabilizing a certain region for their benefit. So my experience seeing all of that makes me different than some guy who's just, looking for his way to do some violence or try to be successful on the battlefield. Like, I've been there and I've done that. And my personal journey is that many people in my situation don't get a second chance at life. And I was given one. My judge, who was very good to me, he put his faith and his trust in me and my lawyer that I'm going to do the right thing. There's so many people that I don't want to disappoint, myself included. I don't want to end up back in prison, because there is no third chance for me. This is it. And I'm determined not to go back to prison for many reasons, but specifically for that one. Okay, so you asked some other questions. What were the other ones again?
Are you still Muslim? And
Yes.
how much did religion play in your rehabilitation?
Yes, I'm still religious, but I just pray, stay away from pork and alcohol, and that's pretty much it. I'm very, very relaxed, very liberal. I'm not as dedicated as I was before. And as far as how my religion was part of my decision to go overseas, I think it's 90%. There were a lot of teachings where if you're young, you have no kids, you have no wife, there should be obligation to go fight. And obviously I followed that. As far as my religion now, like I said, I'm a lot more laid back. I do once in a while go to see an imam in the Bronx. His name is Sheikh Musa. I don't remember his last name, but he's done a lot of work with New York City, being like the Muslim voice of opinion when it comes to political situations in the city. He's a great person, big-hearted man, and he's always offered to help me if I need any help, anything that's within his power. He knows my story, and he's just a wonderful brother that I talk to once in a while. I think since I live in Queens, and his prayer service is in the Bronx, it's hard for me to go there, especially on Fridays. A lot of times I'm working. But we do keep in touch once in a while. I don't like to go too much time where we don't talk. And he's a good brother. If there was ever a situation where I had to recommend a jihadi trying to get his life back on track when he gets out, I would probably recommend this man. You know what? After this is done, I'm gonna look for his information and give his information to Honkal in case that scenario ever happens. Which I'm pretty sure will.
Thanks, Brian. Are there any other questions we have for Brian or Honkal or anything online?
Yep. This is in from our online audience, which sort of relates to what you were just speaking about, Brian. What's one unexpected thing that you value in your daily life that, if you had known was possible while incarcerated, or even just upon release, would have given you more hope in the future? So, what is it right now that you value that would have gotten you through had you known that it was at the end of the tunnel?
Ooh, man, that's tough. Good employment. I think, because when you're in high school, you get hammered a lot. Go to college. But I know a lot of guys that went to college and they dropped out and they were stuck with this big debt that they had to pay off. And, college wasn't really for everybody, but they hammer it into you like it is. I think you could get really good work doing blue collar jobs. You may not have to do 4 years or 6 years of college, and maybe you might do a few months at a trade school. And New York City, with the good thing about getting into construction is you don't really have to deal with background checks. So that was a big plus. But even regardless, even before, I think good employment helps a lot. I was struggling a little bit financially, and I had a bad back injury. I was able to rehab a lot of it. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a truck for some reason backing up. Give me a second for this.
New York City. Sounds the same.
We can still hear you. You're good.
It's beeping to go away. No, but it's annoying to me. Give me a second. Almost done. Can you hear the backup beep?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. All right, he's fine.
He got it.
Yeah. So good employment. How to get good employment. Trying to think what else. I think that's probably the biggest thing, just so that you don't struggle economically. There's a lot of good opportunity. Trying to get to New York City, because when you're out in the suburbs, you need a car, and without a car, it's really difficult to get around. When you're in a big city, you can take the public transportation, the bus, the subway, and get from point A to point B, just a metro card. So that's a big plus too.
Brian, I want to interact real quick, and apologies if there are any more questions, but the fact that you were speaking about living in a big city and whatnot, the anonymity the big city gives you, that might be a bit more complicated in smaller areas. And is that something that you value, and that, is something that is a plus on your everyday life? I mean, New York is not, I don't know, God knows where.
No, absolutely. It gives you a chance to blend in better, to lay low. Like I said, there's so many things that are just a right away. You don't have to have a car and go 20 minutes just to do something so simple. Here, you can get from point A to point B easily, and you're just another face in the crowd. And there's so many people. That's a big plus.
Good. I think we're going to wrap up there. Brian, thank you very much for your participation and contributions.
Thank you. I just want to give a shout out to Noah and Glory Bell. Great people. And I really love the work that everyone's doing to help people in my situation. I think it's a great thing, and over the years, this is going to be very impactful. A lot of people who are coming out with charges to my category. So thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Brian, for all your good work and contributions. We appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. Okay. And thanks to Home Call as well. We're going to transition directly to the next panel now at 12 o'clock. Just a reminder, this panel will not be live streamed and conducted under Chatham House rules.
What's the main title of this panel? Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming back. Those of you following us on the live stream, again, thank you for bearing with us during the lunch break. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. And we're headed to, we're about to start the fourth panel for today. Trauma, Violence, and Rehabilitation and Reintegration Programming. And I actually have the privilege of moderating this panel, and I did that absolutely on purpose because I have the privilege to work with everybody here, even Heidi, who's joining us online, unfortunately couldn't join us in person. And I mean, all of them are excellent professionals, but on top of that, they're also excellent human beings. So yes, that is something that you don't find often. So I'm very, very happy to, to be moderating this panel and learning, as I always do, from them. So for today, the panelists are Dr. Stephen Wine, professor in psychiatry at the University of Illinois Chicago College of Medicine, where he's also the director of global medicine and the director of the Center for Global Health. And well, Steve has ample experience. Over 30 years, he's been conducting research both with refugees and migrants in the US and in post-conflict countries, focused on mental health and violence prevention. And his research mission is to develop, implement, and evaluate psychosocial interventions that are feasible, acceptable, and effective with respect to the complex real-life context where at-risk populations live. and his, for the sake of time, Steve, I hope you don't mind that I was going to say there's so much that I could talk about. With us today is also Noah Tucker. I have your bio here somewhere. Noah Tucker, who's a program associate at George Washington University's Elliott School of International Affairs Central Asia program. He was previously the executive director for Not in Our Name film and television series, the first region-wide project designed to prevent violent extremism in Central Asia through community dialogues in areas most directly affected by recruitment to Syria. Again, lots of ample experience that I could go on and on about. We've also already seen his language skills with, Russian. Thank you for that again. And he's currently a recipient of the Handa Studentship at the Handa Centre for Study of Terrorism and Political Violence at the University of St Andrews in Scotland. And he serves on the advisory board of Counter Extremism Project. He most recently conducted fieldwork on reintegration efforts for returnees from the Syrian conflict in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan between November and December of 2021. Heidi Ellis is joining us online, and she is an associate professor in psychology and psychiatry at Harvard Medical School and Boston Children's Hospital and a licensed clinical psychologist. She's also the director of the Trauma and Community Resilience Center at the Boston Children's Hospital and a partner in the National Child Traumatic Stress Network. Her primary focus is understanding and promoting youth mental health and well-being, with a particular emphasis on understanding how trauma exposure, violence, and the social context impact development trajectories. And Heidi, I'm sorry, I'm not going to read your whole CV because it's so much. I'm really, really privileged. But worth mentioning that she also directs the Massachusetts Area Prevention Framework, a multidisciplinary team approach to preventing targeted violence and terrorism among adolescents. And last but definitely not least, Mike Nikonchuk. Hold on a minute. Mike, where are you? Sorry about this. I don't know. Well,
it's okay. Just some guy.
No, you're not just some guy. He's
I think the most painful part of any workshop is having to sit through someone reading your biography.
Listen, okay. I have to, okay?
I know.
So, Mike Nikonchuk is a practitioner and researcher at the intersection of mental health and psychosocial support, forced migration, and violent conflict prevention. He has worked extensively in the implementation and evaluation of evidence-based care for persons affected by violent conflict, extremism, and forced displacement, including the rehabilitation and reintegration of persons affiliated with extremist groups. He's also the author of the Field Guide for Barefoot Psychology, a co-author of the U.S. Institute for Peace Rise Action Guide for the reintegration of extremism-affiliated adults, and of course a whole number of other publications. He, currently serves as a program manager with the WEN Collective, and he is a member of the UNDP's expert roster on mental health and psychosocial support and preventing violent extremism, and also serves on the advisory board of CEP. So I think that puts us on a very good trajectory to what we're going to be discussing today. And without further ado, Steve, please go ahead.
Okay. Should I go up or?
Whatever you want. I think.
I thought we had a pact.
Well, the pact was just three, but.
I'll do it like this. Okay.
Yep.
So I was asked to say a few words about trauma in relationship to these kinds of processes that we're talking about today. So for those of you who know a lot, forgive me if it's too low, and for those who don't know a lot, forgive me if it's too high. But we do know quite a bit about trauma, and I think we're just at the beginning of learning about how trauma fits in with the violent extremism journey pictured here. Okay, here's how I control it.
Yes.
Just to be clear, these are some definitions of trauma.
Steve, you're
Okay, an emotional wound of shock or lasting effect. When we think about post-traumatic stress disorder, the DSM-5 has a very specific definition, which refers to exposure to death or threat of death or threat of serious physical injury, sexual violence. But trauma doesn't only happen to individuals, it happens to large groups, to society as a whole, as we're witnessing in the media nowadays in Israel and Gaza. So collective trauma has been defined as the psychological reactions to a traumatic event that affect the entire society. And we'll get into that more, and I think Noah might touch on that as well. If we think, so the first challenge, intellectual challenge, is to think about trauma in relationship to this journey of violent extremism. And if you've worked with people in this space, then you know that there's many different ways that trauma can appear. And so this one, I'm doing it on two screens at once. So this shows those different stages of the journey. So a person could have had adverse childhood experiences. They could have been involved in some kind of risky behavior. They could be amidst historical, intergenerational, or communal or collective traumas. In the phase of engagement and recruitment, they may have been a witness to violence through social media or through real life. They might have experienced some kind of hazing. What? Okay. While they're in the thick of it, they may have been exposed to any of these things: hatred, dehumanization, violence. They may have perpetrated those things. Then their criminal justice system involvement exposes them to trauma potentially through incarceration, the impact on the family. And then the experience of disengagement or re-entry could also be associated with trauma. Now, I'm not saying these things always happen. Some people, they may never happen. Some people, they may happen in one place and no other place. But these are the things we should think about. There are some studies. Pete Simi did a study of white supremacists and found these kinds of percentages of childhood adversity, ranging from 20 to as high as 70%. Kind of depends what you define as trauma, how high or low the bar is. There was a good Campbell review, which shows many risk factors for. Oh, I'm sorry. Keep reminding me to do that.
Okay.
That's the Pete Simi one of different child traumas, and then this is the Campbell review, which shows there are many different risk and protective factors that are statistically related to violent extremism, and you can see that one of them is, have you been abused, in the third or fourth column on the right. So there's a statistical association in large systematic reviews. So that means that we should pay attention to this. Daniel Kohler has written that a core mechanism of violent extremist radicalization processes is to combine constant traumatic and therapeutic elements to foster commitment and embeddedness into the extremist milieu. And we've heard those stories from the people who've been there. So how can trauma change the journey? That's, I think, what we need to grapple with. And, it may change it or it may not change it. I mean, trauma can, for some people, just be a difficult life experience, like many others, that doesn't seriously change them or wound them. And let's also always remember that trauma can be an opportunity for growth and resilience, and for I'd say most people it is. Trauma could lead to some kind of diagnosis or condition, like post-traumatic stress disorder or depression or anxiety or substance abuse problem. Trauma can also be an accelerant of other kinds of attitudes or behaviors, like intolerance or proclivity towards violence. And trauma can be a disruptor. It can be a disruptor of relationships. It could be a disruptor of rehabilitation programming, just like it disrupts so many other kinds of resources in life, and also medical or mental health treatments. So for that reason, we want to know about it. We want to know, and we want to try to understand what role it could be playing in the person or persons that we're working with. When we think about, now I want to think about not just like, is it there, but what to do about it. So when we think about interventions and strategies for interventions, big picture, there are 5 kinds of things that we always want to do with trauma-related interventions, as highlighted here. Promote sense of safety, promote calming, promote sense of self and collective efficacy, promote connectedness, and promote hope. So I'm always asking myself, like, where are we? And what am I doing to help the person in each of these areas? This is like the slide that you showed earlier. Not everybody is going to get therapy. In fact, most people are never going to get therapy. They're not going to see a clinical mental health specialist. But care can be delivered at many other different levels. And you could say the top level is specialized services by a mental health specialist, you know, in individual psychotherapy or something. But this is, the next level down is focused person-to-person, non-specialist supports, say like a lay community worker, or could be a probation officer, strengthening community and family supports, and then social considerations and basic services and security. So we're always thinking what can be done at each of these levels in order to maximize the support for a person. I think when you think about trauma, it asks us to change the lens a little bit by which we look at people. And I think it's well represented in this quote. It can transform the service focus from a more antagonistic, what's wrong with you, to and more engaging, what happened to you in your life? You know, what have you been through? What have you lived through? Now, it's not to say that we're not saying that what you've been through is justification for things that you've done, but we're just saying, I want to know about it. It had some impact on you, it shaped you, and let's start there. People usually experience that as an invitation and a welcome invitation. And I think it's important that you signal that you want to hear that and you want to learn about that. I don't recommend this for people who aren't doing therapy. Thank you. But in therapy, we sometimes get to this question or this issue. Behaviors that lead to violence to self or others could be a person's best attempt to communicate or mitigate the innumerable effects of the traumas they have experienced. I wouldn't walk in with that presumption, but that I sometimes have that as a question in my mind that could be explored in conversations with the person. But again, I wouldn't do this outside of a therapeutic meeting, but I'm trying to kind of tell you why this matters. So, Heidi, in a few minutes, is going to talk about 5R programming, and but I need to preempt it a little bit just to say a few things. So, we created this framework to explain all the different kinds of things that we think are happening in what we typically are calling now R&R, rehabilitation, reintegration, because we found that there wasn't enough there and to really explain what's going on. We thought it takes 5 R's, and we think that they're all very different and complementary in important ways. Heidi will give you more on that. But the 5 R's are release and reentry, reintegration, rehabilitation, and resilience. So we use the word rehabilitation in a much more specific way than the general, like we're going to make bad things better, that's focused on, in this case, more about helping the person to not re-engage in crime or get involved in crime in the first place. So if you think about there are these different phases involved in the work that we do, then you could think that there are actually trauma-informed interventions that go at each of these different phases. So, for example, early on in release and reentry, it's about evaluating the person to try to stabilize them if they're in crisis or to try to plan for treatment. Teaching self-management strategies for stress and traumatic stress, very important. These are something that any caseworker, layperson can do in 10 or 15 minutes and very valuable. During reintegration, maybe person gets treatment for mental health problems if needed, strengthening family and social supports, promoting a welcoming community. In the rehabilitation phase, trauma work has to be integrated into specialized training on cognitive flexibility, acceptance of diversity, distress tolerance, and nonviolent coping, or else the person will not be able to successfully engage in those things. And then we think of resilience as the last phase of this, which has to do with expanding social opportunities to enhance growth and connection, and mentoring and counseling to strengthen coping strategies. So without getting into too much detail, trauma-focused work belongs in each of those phases. So there's a lot of things that can be done here. It's amazing how I never remember that.
It happens, listen.
Look, we need to be able to assess for trauma-related attitudes, behaviors, and symptoms using standardized tools, and there are very simple screening mechanisms, screening tools which can be done in 2 minutes with people, and more complex ones. We need to understand the trauma in relation to the journey that I started with. We need to use some kind of multi-dimensional phased model, such as this 5R model. And then we need to figure out how to integrate trauma-informed practices into that model. We need to help survivors manage safety, emotional dysregulation, and build supports. And we need to train frontline practitioners and mental health specialists in trauma-informed practices within PVE, including things like psychological first aid and skills for psychological recovery, which are evidence-based strategies. So the point is, I guess, that we're not leaving everything for those specialists at the top of the triangle. We're trying to build in different ways that everyone at all levels can be involved in this. So that's all I really have to say. There are a lot of readings here. There we go, just to be consistent. There are a lot of readings. Go to the QR code, and I've collected a bunch of readings that I found to be useful in this space. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. No, but you can stay. You can follow the pact.
Follow the pact.
Whatever.
Okay, so I tried to reorganize a little bit what I was thinking about saying as we go to best complement the other people that are here on this panel and our other presenters today, because we have really just an incredibly rich group of people to learn from and listen to, and whose experiences are are so important. And I think it was really, really helpful earlier today to hear from someone with lived experience of these processes, because these are often voices that are left out. So I have a few things that I want to tell you about mobilization to Syria and Central Asia and bringing people back from that process, and so what maybe we can learn from the Central Asian experience for the rest of the world. And these things are not sort of like clearly tied into a single narrative. Usually when I give a longer version of these presentations, what I like to do is show you lots of pictures of a place, so you can feel sort of a connection with that. But today we'll stick with just headlines and leave time for questions for other things. But I will explain, I guess, that my approach to these things is shaped from working on Central Asian mobilization to violent extremism for a long time now, for I guess something like 15 or 16 years. And the process itself has changed a lot, and my approach to it has changed in that I get to look at it in different ways. Earlier in my career, I looked at how radicalization and recruiting processes were happening more on an individual level. I worked in some of, I wrote one of USAID's development approaches to violent extremism for Uzbekistan. That was a really good series, and I was happy to be a part of that. And that began to push things in a little bit of a different direction, to looking at structural things and community level issues. And as there was a huge change that came to the way that I understand these things myself, going from watching people get recruited or listening to people talking about having been recruited or why they're in Syria and why they're doing what they do or why they believe in these things, to sitting in the home of a grieving mother in the middle of nowhere in the desert in Kazakhstan in a dark apartment because she couldn't really afford to keep the lights on during the day when she didn't absolutely need it, in a place where she and her family had been relocated because, this is a lot to unpack. The entire city where she had grown up and where her son, who's now dead because he was killed in Syria, was born, has been demolished because it was controlled by a mining company that decided that the resources, the trace resources that they could scrape out from below the city by this ever-widening strip mine was worth more than all of the people's homes and their childhood memories and everything else. And at this point, her whole city that she had grown up in is being bulldozed, one thing at a time, one home, one community center, one restaurant at a time. And in the middle of this, her son disappears one day. He's like 16 years old. And he reappears a few months later on a video in Syria with a gun. And she could not make any sense of this. And I couldn't make any sense of it for her either. And we were there asking if she wanted to participate in this documentary project that we're making. She absolutely did not want it. She yelled at us and said, like, what good is it going to do me to do this? She already had all of this attention from the security services that she didn't need. But in that moment, like, we could sit there and listen to her story. And so that's what we did. Never used it for anything. We just had this one moment where we could sit together as human beings and sit in the situation that she was in and that she had lived through and try to begin to retrace all of these things that had happened in her own community that made all of this possible, that led to this tragedy that she had lived through. And so that leads to kind of one of the primary takeaways that we've gotten from all of this, from beginning to look at mobilization to the communities where the mobilization happened, to now return and reintegration, often back into these same communities. Certainly not that town because it no longer exists. I tried to take Steve there in December, and there was absolutely nothing left. It was just a flat, snow-covered plain. Everything about it had been erased off the map. And that town itself had been officers' quarters for the Soviet prison camp that had overseen with extreme violence the forced labor that had built the city in the first place and the cities around it. So like what I'm getting at with this is to say that one of the first things that we find when we look at all layers of this process is that the Central Asian mobilization doesn't happen in an even way. It wasn't like 1 in every 10,000 people at random from Central Asia went to fight in Syria. Instead, when you put it on a map, you'll see these very bright hotspots where people from a particular demographic group, from a particular place, often went in pretty large numbers. There's a village just down, sort of down the road from the city that no longer exists, that had the highest per capita mobilization I had ever found anywhere. It only has like maybe 800 people in it, and like 14 people from that town, from several different families, all went to Syria. Most of the men were killed, and the children have come back. And some of the people were sent back to live in the same place that they had left, with, in this case, no running water and no electricity half the time, and the rest of this, at the time that, you know, their country, which has a tremendous amount of oil wealth, is building this glittering capital city a few hundred miles away, and, you know, millions of miles away from what people can hope to achieve in this place. So what we see in a lot of the Central Asian hotspots is kind of I know that it's not good to invent new terms when it's not really necessary or not justifiable, but as we try to understand intergenerational trauma and how trauma is passed on from one generation to another, I think one of the things that we see in these communities in Central Asia as a type of collective trauma is a kind of multi-generational trauma, where we have, if you take a place like that one community, in the first major trauma begins in the 19th century when the Russian Empire walks in and takes over the land of nomadic Kazakhs who had lived in the same way in relationship to that land for centuries and centuries. And then the Soviet collectivization happens, and they almost overnight destroy the whole way of life that Kazakhs have lived for centuries and centuries, and change their fundamental relationship to the land, and in the process kill up to half of all living Kazakhs. So this is a massive layer of trauma, and all of the systems of care and rituals and religious beliefs and all of these things that they had to help one another endure traumas like this are taken out from under them. They build a Soviet system that seems to work pretty well, despite being built on forced slave labor, and then that collapses out from under them in 1991, basically overnight. And they have to navigate an entirely new system of, you know, what's essentially neoliberalism on steroids, where everything, especially in an oil-rich state, becomes part of the market economy. So you can see people being affected by changes that happen to their parents and across generations. But then one of the other things that's really particularly useful about the traumatic lens for this, I think, is that you see a really profound disruption in each of these shifts in the systems of care that people had for one another, the way that they could find comfort or meaning in the traumas that they lived through. And it's not particularly surprising, I guess, that in places like this, a very small percentage of the population turns to a group like ISIS as an alternative to that, an adaptation really to the environment that they have lived in, and an adaptation that is certainly maladaptive, and it's not one that we want to endorse, but one that maybe we can understand if we look at it through this lens of trauma. And that's not to take away from the importances of individual trauma. So one of the one of the other major takeaways that comes, especially from getting to talk to returnees now, is that a huge number of them have lived through, both these really significant adverse childhood experiences, but also just really hard, direct personal traumas. For women, a really high number of the women who ended up in being mobilized to Syria in one way or the other lived through childhood sexual violence or sexual violence in their first marriages. And we see with a lot of the men also having lived through some kind of particular personal tragedy that affected them in a really difficult way and that they were struggling to make meaning out of and make connection to. And so we see trauma playing a role in both people who choose to mobilize, who make a conscious choice that they're going to go, and also people who become so vulnerable that they're no longer able to resist when somebody else in their family has decided to make this choice, or when their husband has decided to make this choice, or when their parents have decided to make this choice. Central Asian mobilization to Syria is unique because in Kazakhstan, the only country that we have hard numbers for, according to the government, women and children outnumbered men 5-1 in their mobilization to Syria. And certainly in the way that they come back, the numbers are even starker. So it doesn't help to talk about radicalization so much when you have so many people who had no agency in their process of being sent over, even if they spent a significant amount of time in a group like ISIS. Okay. So that's an advantage of looking at it from the traumatic lens, both on the individual level and the collective level. It helps us understand why more people might merge their own traumatic narratives with the traumatic narrative that is presented by a group like ISIS and the grievances that they claim, and also why so many people lacked the resources within their communities and within their networks that might have protected them. And I guess the final thing that I'll say to leave you with, and maybe even ending slightly ahead of, it's not possible. I won't end ahead of schedule. But the final thing that I want to leave you with about what we can learn from Central Asia is that I've been very privileged to get to work on the State Department grants and some other grants from USIP and others in each of the Central Asian countries, which have combined returned an order of magnitude more people from Syria than anywhere else in the world at this point. And I count 8 distinct approaches across these different countries. Each of the countries has multiple approaches to their return and reintegration programs. And from a point of view of recidivism and public safety, every one of these 8 approaches has worked. There has not been a case of a person acting out in a violent way, in an ideologically motivated violent way, among any of the almost 2,000 people that have been returned to Central Asia so far. So that tells us that from like this hard security perspective that we're first concerned about and the governments are first concerned about, even if you do nothing at all, which is one of the 8 approaches, and we won't say which countries that is, but even if you do nothing at all, it's probably okay. It will, from a public safety perspective, it will probably work out. Many of these people, like we talked about in a couple of the panels earlier, have seen the reality of what it was like inside ISIS's caliphate, and they know much better than us why they don't want to be a part of that anymore, or why that wasn't what it was cracked up to be. But if we measure success in a different way, if it's not about public safety, if it's about whether people can live, particularly children who have come back, can live healthy and well-adapted lives, then we start to see tremendous differences between the 8 approaches. And my pitch to leave you with for this would be to say that I think we need to set, as already many in this room have expressed, I think we need to set our goals a little bit differently and make sure that what we're measuring is success in terms of human security and improvements in the lives in those communities, so that this process doesn't just all start over again the next time there's a crisis. So I'll end with that and pass on to everybody else. Thank you all for listening to me ramble.
Thank you. Thank you. Before passing it on to Heidi, I thought that was very interesting, and just as a common thought for everybody that we can maybe pick back up through the Q&A, those changes, rapid changes in the environment, and you and I, Liz, you're looking at me, we've had this conversation before 1,000 times, how this conversation might be worth replicating in the United States, and maybe how those rapid changes in the environment in very recent years, very quickly, have probably advanced and, facilitated the situation that we're in today. But as I say, let's pick this back up in the Q&A. Heidi, please, go ahead. Oh, no. Now we...
That was just my mute button.
Okay.
I am hearing feedback, though. Is that possible? Okay, now it's better. Can you guys hear me? All right. First of all, I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I wish I was there with you all. Second of all, very hard to follow Noah, because Noah, thank you for putting such a profoundly personal face to what we're talking about right now. And I think it's really important we hold that in mind. I have the problem now of following with more of a theoretically driven, dull presentation. But that said, as I begin to present this model that Steve referenced, a best practice model around what might we want to think about in terms of how we put programs together to support individuals who are leaving extremism, underlying all that I'm going to present is this idea that we need to be person-centered. And so even if I'm putting logic models and theory on the screen, what I'm hoping people will do as I talk is remember that this is person-centered. It's about an individual, about their well-being, and that intersection of kind of public safety really starts at that individual well-being locus. So with that, I'm trying to organize how slides are going to work here. So go ahead and we can go to the next slide. Just to acknowledge what I'm going to share is the work of many people, including many folks who are on this panel who have input into it. So this is some collective thinking. Next slide. The other thing I want to say is that the model that I'm talking about is grounded in the specific problem of women and children returning from formerly ISIS-controlled territories. So we reviewed practices around the globe working with this population and tried to think about what were some of the best practice elements that came together. We also reviewed some other literatures, which I'll talk about. Although I'm talking specifically about a model that was built around that population, I think, as Yonkal was just sort of referencing, the problem itself is not really unique to that population. And so thinking about how do we help individuals who have been in an extremist context, who are then leaving that, trying to re-enter into society and reestablish their sense of well-being in a way that is effective for them and safe for society. As we started looking at programs that worked with women and children around the globe, many of them were referred to as R&R, and that seemed to talk about rehabilitation, reintegration. Sometimes other R's were spliced in. Really what we found is that we needed a more comprehensive approach. And so we are talking about the 5 R's that Steve mentioned. Next slide, please. In looking at what's been done, we reviewed all the literature there was around R&R programs. We interviewed stakeholders. We held some expert working groups. And then we also looked at literature from adjacent fields because, of course, there's not a robust scientific literature around this particular problem. But we do know a lot about other groups who are moving into society, repatriation and reintegration, refugee research. We think about criminal justice and juvenile justice research, And we also looked at psychological resilience, which is really how do individuals encounter hardship and come out on the other side stable or even thriving. Next slide. So what we put together is this model called 5R that talks about what is not exactly phases because it's not all chronological, but these different domains of need that we need to be thinking about as we put programs together. Next slide, please. So for this particular population, we have talked about repatriation, resettlement, reintegration, rehabilitation, and resilience. And you might have noticed that Steve cleverly took the first two R's and said release and reentry, because again, I think there's a lot of applicability to domestic issues here and other populations that are dealing with this problem of reintegration. When we started to look at programs around the world, one of the first things we saw was that most of them were operating with maybe some implicit assumptions about what was going to work, but without a stated theory of change. A theory of change being a statement that describes the problem, its underlying assumptions, necessary activities, and desired outcomes. So we developed a theory of change that guides the work we're proposing, and I think you'll see how this connects to this idea of being very person-centered. So our theory of change is women and children returning from formerly violent extremist conflict have been exposed to trauma and adversity. They also face challenges upon returning to their countries of origin, including ruptured social networks, family conflict, community stigma, challenges of acculturation and resettlement stress, and identity conflicts with surrounding society. Unless these challenges are addressed, returning women and their children remain vulnerable to forming, retaining, or reestablishing ties with violent extremist networks as a means of fulfilling some or all of their needs. Thus, programming that addresses personal safety and well-being, promotes belonging and opportunity, and supports development of nonviolent skills and attitudes will contribute to disengagement from or decreased likelihood of engaging with violent extremist groups and ideologies. Next slide, please. And across this all, the long-term goal, then, is a life of nonviolence with safety, well-being, opportunity, belonging, and dignity. Next slide. So we took the different domains of activities, these 4 domains spread across 5 Rs, and tried to assemble the beginning of a logic model, talking about to do these different phases, what are the inputs? Who might be holding some of the responsibility for this? What are the resources that we need? Then what are the core components? What actually are you doing and intending to during that phase or under that domain? And then finally, how do you know if you're being successful? What are the different outcomes that you're trying to achieve? So you can see, if you look at the inputs, this is not necessarily held just by government. There are different roles for different sectors of society to play, really taking that whole of society approach. Some of the initial work may be primarily held by governments and NGOs, but as you move towards sort of sustained, successful integration in community, we move towards less formal structures in some ways. So maybe multidisciplinary teams that pull in psychosocial supports and services, communities, families, thinking about how some of the less formal structures in society can play a really critical role in helping individuals to reintegrate. I'll talk through some of the core components and outcomes in the following slides. So let's keep going. Next slide, please. Okay, so the initial phases that we talk about are repatriation and resettlement. And the focus here is really on physical, legal, and material safety. So this needs to be in place. Where is someone going to be living? Do they have legal documentation so that they can be in a society? Do they have what they need to have their basic needs met? From there, we want to start thinking about reintegration, which focuses more on economic, social, and civic integration. Next slide, please. We also need to be thinking potentially more specifically about rehabilitation, some specific programming. So this could be programs that are aimed at reducing risk for engaging or re-engaging in violent extremism. Next slide, please. And here there are, again, many domains that might play a role. So thinking about psychology, is there a role for cognitive restructuring or helping to decrease black and white thinking? Religion, religious education and counseling, or fostering religious dialogue and debate. Under the social heading, thinking about exposure to new foods, new ideas, new places, new people and traditions, the idea of sort of expanding one's sense of identity and including connections to people who might be different from yourself as part of being able to integrate into society. And then referenced earlier, this idea around basic needs, but again, there's a role for potentially job security or jobs training and thinking about how do we make sure that we're reducing the barriers that someone might experience to fully integrating in society. Next slide, please. And then finally, resilience. And this was an area that hadn't really been labeled as such in many of the programs that we looked at, but what we found was that this was really a critical part of how we think about sustained success. So drawing on the literature around psychological resilience, what you can see is that there are two different domains. One, psychological factors, such as hope and optimism, that can increase resilience, and then structural opportunities for growth and connection. So what's happening in one's community, one's school, are there group or family activities or peer support? These kinds of structural and internal psychological factors can combine to create resilience or the ability to withstand the sort of inevitable challenges that everyone hits, individuals returning or reintegrating are going to face them as well. And how do you help make sure that they don't, in a moment of stress, return to ways that were maybe adaptive in managing stress in some ways, but obviously maladaptive in other ways. Next slide, please. So this model, much more described in some of the writings that we put together, and I think Steve included them with his QR code, is really, these are ideas that we're putting out there into your domain. And the goal is that these should really be taken by you in your communities and to think about how does this fit our context? What needs to change? What specific strengths and assets from this context can contribute to a robust 5R program? What domains are already in place and what areas could use future development? Next slide, please. Sorry, go 2 slides down. Across these different domains, we also highlighted key principles because how we do something is just as important as what we're doing. So the principles we identified include trauma-informed, taking a holistic, whole-of-society approach, being gender-sensitive and developmentally sensitive, human rights-oriented, person-centered, culturally responsive, and strengths-based. Next slide. Let's move forward one more slide, please. Because before I run out of time here, I do want to touch on outcomes for a minute. The idea being, as we're doing this, we need to be thinking about, is what we're doing working? And what are we measuring to assess whether it's working? And you probably started to get a sense from the initial logic model I put up that outcomes are really going to be tied to these different domains. Did we successfully help someone meet their needs, have a sense of connection and community? Next slide, please. We developed an outcomes tool that has been implemented in a number of countries, including Kazakhstan. And the idea here is to look at, by report of the individual themselves, how well their needs around, go one slide further, please. Their needs are being met around citizenship, basic needs, access to services, health, emotional health, hope, safe and non-stigmatizing environment. It goes on, but it maps onto those different domains we talked about. What we are currently doing, and I wanted to make sure I drop this in before I wrap up, is we're working with partners both in Canada and the US to take this tool and adapt it for domestic context, to think about what needs to change, how do we need to think differently, maybe about social connection or social networks and how we assess that. And we're in the midst of developing a tool that hopefully can then be used in domestic context to think about whether these sort of holistic, person-centered programs are addressing that wide range of needs that we believe are fundamental to a successful program of reintegration. And I will end there. You can close the slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. And again, last but not least, Mike.
It's always interesting being the panel that talks about trauma. We know how to really bring the energy down after lunch. When Juncal told me about this panel, we had talked about the different, possible contributions that I could make, and I mentioned and I volunteered to talk about the complexity of doing this work in very diverse social and cultural contexts, because we barely have agreement on how trauma shows up across space, time, culture, and place, let alone how it interacts with violence. So I'll start out just by a brief narrative that we use in the forthcoming RISE action guide with USIP. Shadi slowly gathered the pieces of what was once a lamp scattered across the room. A sense of regret overwhelmed him. He was angry with himself for once again breaking something. His wife cowered in the corner, shuddering. For years, Shadi had difficulty controlling his emotions, but the intensity, frequency, and violence of his outbursts had been growing since he came back from Syria. His wife had asked him nothing about his departure, nor his return. She had accepted his calls, which were rare, whenever he had reached out. But beyond the fact that he went to defend his friends, as he said, she knew nothing about his time as a fighter. She told people he was traveling for work, that he had a new venture with friends in Libya. Since returning, Shadi and his wife had spoken little. Sex was frequent, but mechanical, sometimes bordering on violent. Shadi spent much of his time at home, gregarious in his interactions with strangers, but practically a ghost in his own home, present, but mostly unseen, sitting in the same room from morning until night. Shadi could barely recall what made him explode in anger that particular night. Apologizing was no use because he knew it would happen again. As he picked up the pieces of the lamp, images of his father flashed across his mind. He hadn't wanted to be like his father. He had not wanted to hurt others the way his father had hurt him when he was a child. Shadi found himself mired in regret and resignation at what he had become. Thinking about it, let alone trying to find another way forward, seemed futile. The self-doubt and self-loathing had only grown worse since he returned from Syria. In his time as a fighter, he found little pleasure. He knew that he had signed up to kill people. In fact, he wanted to kill people, but not with such brutality, not with the casualness he witnessed. He had signed up to kill, but not to rape, not to torture. His time in Syria, despite his desperate longing to find a larger purpose and build a place where he belonged, he had felt nothing but disappointment. Worse, now there was innocent blood on his hands, and he knew they were indeed innocent. And at any moment, one of the men he fought with could expose the full details of what he had done to the broader community. While Shadi's story comes from a place like Iraq and combines elements of multiple personalities and people that we've come across, there's so many elements of that can and do resonate for working in the United States. But I think it's important, as Steve, Heidi, and Noah highlighted some of the particular elements of trauma that stand out in how it relates to the extremist journey. I think there's three things that in the United States we have to consider very carefully and how they interact with trauma, and those are the axes of religion, authoritarianism. We're talking about living in a democracy, working with folks in a democracy, where norms of things like patient-client confidentiality are accepted as fact, as opposed to being doubted every single minute of your interaction with a clinician. And thirdly, the normative environment surrounding violence. The normative environment around violence shows up very differently in a place like Iraq than in a place like Kazakhstan or in a place like Boston, where I grew up. And I grew up as the son of an evangelical Christian missionary and in the church, so I am deeply familiar with the safety that comes with obeying and living in a rigid ideology, and the lack of safety that shows up when you move away from that rigidity, and how that interacts with trauma. So there's just a couple of key points that I want to make in the lessons that I have learned personally from having the pleasure of learning from folks like Noah, Steve, and Heidi in the context of Iraq, Kyrgyzstan, Maldives, and of course where I've spent most of my career in the Middle East. The first is that a lot of the, and you know, I don't want to raise your hand if you work on the donor side of things here, but in your heart raise your hand if you're on the donor side of things here. The aid for R&R programs is completely separate from the reality and timeline of the aid for the structural situations that those very programs say that need fixing. So we have the 5R model. We have the RISE Action Guide from USIP. We have everyone and their mother has written best practices for R&R at this point. And all of them call for addressing some of the massive inequities and challenges that led to the sending of these folks in the first place, yet none of the funding is aligned because of a lack of coordination at the donor level. And I think that's a serious challenge and makes it very difficult when working on the issue of trauma, which is a generational, multi-year challenge. You can't fix it in 18 months, and I can't fix it by the end of your fiscal. The second point is that we often, having worked with many folks that have exited violence, and here I think also of the dozens of young men that I've worked with that were forced conscripts in the Syrian army who became refugees by no choice of their own because they precisely didn't want to fight. Do you know that most democratic countries refuse to resettle refugees with any combat experience, even if they were forced conscripts? So, when I think of a lot of those men who I work with every single day, once they are in a place of safety, of physical and material safety, as Heidi alluded to, collapse is a very predictable response. And I've seen in the context of refugee resettlement, there's this notion of, you're safe now, you should be productive. You should get your shit together and get a job. It's Chatham House, I can say shit. Oh. Oh, no. Sorry, I thought it was. So sorry, Mom. The notion of accompanying folks when they come back from a place like Syria or Iraq to a place of material safety, there's an expectation, one, of gratitude, which is logical, because many folks do not make it home and countries don't take them back. So of course, there's an understandable gratitude that people experience for, oof, this is a lot better than the context that I was just in. But if you look at the physiology of constant stress, there is a natural immobility or shutdown that can occur after massive periods of stress. And we don't necessarily always appreciate how that shows up for people. And actually, symptoms might get worse over time once someone moves into a place of physical and material safety. So making safety for folks is step one, but that's a long process as well, where we have to give a certain amount of time and expect that to fluctuate. Many folks have alluded today, and this is point number 3, to the challenging relationship between religious leadership and clinical leadership. And this is something that is particularly pronounced in other societies, not just in the United States. When I myself first went to see a therapist for my own issues, I worked with a biblical counselor. That's a perfectly valid line of work. Many pastors have opted for that type of career and whatnot. It's, in many cases, very devoid of any connection to diagnoses and referrals to a clinical practice or to other mental health professions, because it stands alone firmly within the faith leadership and faith-based counseling, pastoral counseling work. And we see this mirrored in places like Kazakhstan, where the clinicians that we work with were very much trained in a secular system, where understanding of how to integrate religious beliefs, ideology, dogma into the patient's identity is sort of anathema. And on the same hand, in the same vein, we also see, I can't remember the exact study, but it was a study that's saying globally, if you look at imams, less than 5% of imams globally have a degree in psychology. So this is another problem where the left hand isn't talking to the right, and where there's almost a trepidation and a fear of faith leadership and those who can accompany folks through that cognitive shift that can be difficult, to have some working knowledge of what's going on the other side and to not approach each other with fear and hesitance. And it makes it really difficult to meaningfully collaborate and cooperate. The fourth point is norms, and this was alluded to today as well. My family lives between Boston and Nashville, Tennessee. Those are different places on the map. Well, Nashville's also blue, but let's say Massachusetts and Tennessee. These are politically different environments where there's normative environments. And for me, growing up in the evangelical church outside of Boston was a very different experience than being an evangelical in Tennessee. And how I relate to my environment, if my exceptionalist views in some way, shape, or form were seen as normative or counter-normative, is different, and that affects how I relate to my own views and to the cognitive shifts that we try to instill in folks. So I think appreciating the challenge of working in places where there is a normative, I would say a lack of normative prohibition against violence, against outgroups. This can be challenging because violence isn't, go ahead, do it. Of course you should. So that makes it harder to promote some of those cognitive shifts. The last 2 points very quickly. Convincing authoritarian regimes to adopt a public health approach to anything is very difficult. Right? A lot of it is seen as soft. And as Noah, made very clear, ironically, the data indicates that there isn't much to be concerned with the vast majority of these folks that are coming home, because it's largely women and children, most of whom were probably not that radicalized in the first place, or with those base level interventions of psychosocial support and different soft interventions, folks will relatively be okay and not be a recidivism risk. However, in Kyrgyzstan, for example, when I was training probation officers, I gave a case study of someone who went through their time for an extremism-related offense, was released, and then 4 years later was picked up on a domestic violence charge. And you ask the room, is this a success study? Every man in the room raised his hand and said yes, and every female probation officer said no. So de-exceptionalizing violent extremism vis-a-vis other crimes in the process of R&R is a big challenge in places where there's certain norms and certain political environments where the primary security outcome is the be-all and end-all. And while we're pushing towards that in the United States, it's often not as easy in other places. And the very last point is on the notion of identity. I want to make it very clear that we have to differentiate between random traumas that people experience, like a car accident or a natural disaster, and traumas that are specifically related to who you are as a person or an identity that you hold. In much of the research and literature that studies interventions for folks affected by trauma, especially in the global south, gross term, but especially outside of the rich industrialized world, we assume that folks that are going to be included in a study because they have post-traumatic stress disorder. That's the inclusion and exclusion criteria. However, in places where you're talking about where the trauma that is experienced is precisely related to who you are as a person, or a credence or belief system or ethnic badge that you hold, it shows up differently, because one of the primary emotions that influences the trajectory of post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms is shame. And so how clinicians deal with identity-based traumas, or when the trauma that you perpetrated or experienced is related to an identity that you hold, trying to disestablish the identity and problematize the identity can increase shame, which can complicate the journey away from PTSD towards recovery. So we have to be very sensitive when figuring, it's a chicken and egg problem, but a phased approach to how does de-radicalization sit alongside trauma care and trauma recovery? How do we stagger those in a way that we don't remove someone's fundamental safety-making view of the world, which was their religious or dogmatic posture, and first focus primarily on making them feel safe and try to reduce some of the symptoms that make their lives very difficult upon reentry.
Thank you. Mike has this, ability to just, and know what do I say. So thank you for that. No, it's true. So before we start with the, I'm going to open the floor for Q&A, but before we do so, I wanted to ask a question first to all the panelists, and it actually, no, you gave me the inspiration for this question, sorry. So it's on you, but I would hope that everybody else would be able to contribute. I thought that image that you were describing about this snow-covered field where you quoted, "There's nothing left," right? How symbolic that is for the work that we're doing. Because unfortunately, when we're speaking about, resocialization, reintegration, rehabilitation, we can't do that. Like, we can't just eliminate everything that was there and start from scratch. It's basically impossible. So with that said, because we can't eliminate what has happened to people, I want to take that to the community trauma that you also spoke about and that Steve mentioned briefly. And how, of course, we've been talking of community trauma about as a precursor or something that can, impulsate that radicalization process. But I would also like to ask you about how that community trauma may not just continue to be pervasive even during these processes of migration, but the added layer of trauma that may come for communities that you were describing as hotspots, and how that is something that can neither be erased, like that is not a blank slate, and that is just an added layer of complication. So I would love your take on that, and of course, everybody else's on this. But you start because you inspired me for this. What do we do? Like, how do we handle a situation where there's indeed community level trauma that was a precursor for radicalization, and on top of that, there's the added stigma that adds another layer of complication to another layer of trauma?
I think, at least I have to say on my part, that I don't have the answer to that question.
Well, if you don't have it, I'm done.
No, I wish I did. I think and as Mike mentioned, working in very authoritarian contexts, you're faced with this you're faced with a really steep challenge because you can't do anything without convincing the government first that it needs to be done or that it will benefit them somehow. And often, I take a lot of hope and some optimism in the fact that these very authoritarian states in Central Asia have made the unexpected and fairly brave decision to return so many people. But there is, and some have been more forward and open about needing to address problems in those communities that that contributed to all of these things happening in the first place, and not just say, although the default answer is still it's the faulty individual, or it's the poor personal choices that make people end up in Syria in an extremist group or something like that, and it's sort of on or off. The children didn't make the poor personal choices, and so we're not going to blame them for it. The adults, it's a failure to bootstrap yourself, and then you're sent back expecting to take that bootstrap approach to your own rehabilitation. Actually, I won't say which country it is. One of the countries, the economic assistance that they offer to returnees is $2,000 business startup loans at 28% interest. So, talk about your bootstraps. Just to get back to your question, though, I think there needs to be room, and I don't know how to communicate this to governments or who the right allies are to communicate this, but there needs to be some kind of room for these communities to be able to talk about the traumas that their communities have faced. And the direction for these things has gone very much in the opposite way. So for example, this to go back to this community in Kazakhstan, which is the area around the city of Jezkazgan. It was the largest of the camps in the Steplog system, part of Soviet history. So it should be relatively easy, to acknowledge these things. Stalin was denounced in 1956. All of this stuff has happened. But for the political winds are not going in that direction. I mean, within Russia, the history of the whole Gulag system is being erased. And there's a lot of pressure for Kazakhstan to do the same thing. There's a lot of political pressure against, sort of digging up these skeletons from the closet. But I think it's a really important part of the process for people to have access to a positive meaning-making process that would be pro-social for these things, rather than, your only options are you shut up or you join ISIS. Those two things don't seem like, that doesn't seem like a good choice to give to people, but it is in many cases sort of the choice that they were faced with.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody else wants to add anything to Noah's response. Otherwise, I don't know if we have any. Do we have questions? Okay. Just for the sake of time, if we don't mind, we're going to start with the online folk, because the people who are here in the room will have the chance to, ask the questions, during coffee break. That's coming right now while we change panels, and later today. So please go ahead.
So is learning how to navigate and heal trauma more useful as a preventative to radicalization, a precondition to a pathway of rehabilitation, or a pathway itself to rehabilitation? Let me know if I should repeat that.
Is this a question for anybody in particular?
No, this is just for the general panel. Apologies, I didn't say that.
No.
But yeah.
This is a question from Mike.
That's a question. I think yes to the first two, but not to the third. I don't think it's a substitute for, I don't think that trauma treatment is a substitute for the dimensions of, all the dimensions and complexity of the things that Heidi laid out in the 5R model, but it should be a part of those things in different ways. And maybe I'll take a crack at some of the stuff that Noah was asked before. Remember, we're talking about a low frequency, for the most part, a low frequency event. So many people in many villages and cities were exposed to the kinds of things Noah's talking about, but a relatively small number of them chose to do this. And so, one could reflect that there are many other bad outcomes that those people can get involved in, such as domestic violence and drinking too much, and now, choosing to become a foreign fighter can be added to that list in the U.S. too, in a way that it just wasn't on the table before necessarily. So let's not, as maybe Mike said, let's not over exceptionalize this phenomenon of getting involved in violent extremism and take it out of the context of all the other bad behaviors that people can get involved in. I also wanted to read a really good quote from Kai Erikson. Kai Erikson is a sociologist who studied natural disasters, which always have a human-made component to it, as Noah explained in telling the story of what happened in that village. And Kai Erikson wrote a great book called Everything in Its Path, in which he studied a mining disaster in Tennessee. And there's a quote from the book: "The vulnerable have already been herded into places where disasters are more likely to strike Think about Gaza for a moment, or other such camps. And so there's a way, and you have displacement, layered upon displacement, layered upon dehumanization, layered upon state-sponsored violence, and this is part of the fabric of life. This is that you called multi-generational trauma, and so that has to be understood and appreciated in society. But those pressures, will lead a very small number of people to enter into an ecological niche where they may be picked off by a recruiter, or their cousin may suggest, well, why don't you come to Syria like I'm going to? So it's not just the collective processes or even the individual processes of trauma that lead to this. It takes another level of, say, kind of randomness to explain how people get there. And I just want to say one other thing. After Mike was talking, I was thinking about moral injury. We should add moral injury to the list of kind of traumatic-like experiences. If you haven't heard of the term moral injury, it really refers to people who have been put in a position where they had to do something that kind of violated their own moral code. Like, I signed up to go and kill people, but I didn't sign up to rape. And so it requires a different kind of approach to working with people who've gone through moral injury. And there's a lot of literature out there on that. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Darlene, do we have any more questions online? Yes. We probably have room for like two. We overran a little bit,
well,
sorry.
Great, thank you. This is not directed at anyone in particular. Would having broader discussion of how to navigate trauma be useful as a prophylactic against radicalization, or would it be more helpful in a narrow context of helping someone who is radicalized, de-radicalize, and reintegrate? Even that first part works.
I mean, I think we're of the belief that those conversations should happen anyways, and that they're good for health and mental health outcomes. If you just look at things like adverse childhood experiences are related to higher rates of substance abuse, of getting involved in accidents, of cardiac illness, hypertension, diabetes. So they're linked with a profound number of bad outcomes, and we have not addressed that well enough, so those things need to be addressed. And there's a whole trauma mental health movement that's trying to do that. Why don't you pick it up from there?
I'll just offer very briefly that I don't think it's by any means a solution to either of those things. As Steve already mentioned, it's not a substitute. It's sort of it probably won't hurt. For me, I think of two things. The utility of offering, for example, mental health services, trauma-focused mental health services in Zaatari refugee camp, where I spend most of my career in Jordan. People don't have electricity. They can't leave without a police permit. They don't have clean water. It's not a place where that feels really conducive to trauma recovery. So you have to be really understanding of what can you expect as meaningful gains in this context.
Okay, but I want to, a little bit push back on that. Working in Tajikistan, a huge percentage of women have been exposed to sexual harassment, violence, family violence, and blame themselves for it, essentially, and get involved in really bad, worsened family situations. You spend an hour or so with those women, explain to them it's not your fault. you gotta own what happened to you. And there are strategies by which you can manage your dysregulation. There are strategies by which you can manage your violent husband, and you don't have to do this to your children, and they can work with that.
So what I was going to say mid-sentence was that because the pushback that we get is, why are you doing mental health and trauma recovery work in a place where there's so many other basic needs that are unmet and the environment isn't conducive to general health and well-being? But there's the demystifying component that Steve is hitting on. I remember in the first several times that we did our psychoeducation work in Zatari camp, we have a chapter of the curriculum that we have that mentions the logic of having a thought like, maybe I would be better off if I could just not be alive. This small thought that creeps up in the darkness of night, that's a very taboo topic in many communities of the Middle East. And we got a lot of pushback of saying, you can't talk about suicide here. It's going to encourage it. After the session, 3 young women all came up to me and showed me the scars on their wrists from cutting themselves. So it's those moments of demystifying what is going on inside of me, why it feels so difficult to navigate this, that process of demystifying the effects, the impacts of stress and trauma can be in and of itself incredibly empowering and lead to a lot more solutions-oriented behaviors and help-seeking externally.
On that thought, I am terribly sorry to have to cut this short. But sorry also for the people online whose questions were unanswered. Sorry, that one's on me. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Heidi, Mike, Steve, Noah. Thank you very much for a wonderful panel. Thank you for being here. And for the rest of the crowd, we're going to take a short coffee break, shorter than expected. Again, that's my fault. Feel free to blame it on me, and we'll resume in like 5 minutes? 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you all for coming back with the last round of caffeination, and you ready to pay attention to a wonderful panel here. I personally get really excited about data. I'm not sure about you. Whether or not we get excited about it, we all benefit from having good data and from having good implementation science in this field, and it's desperately needed. And so I'm personally and professionally grateful to the 2 folks up here with me who are really making tremendous strides in that space to make sure that this type of work is driven by solid evidence. And so with us today we have Jessica Baumgartner-Zuzik, a field-wide leader with extensive research and peace-building expertise, who's published several groundbreaking reports, and I can vouch for them being groundbreaking. Not just one of those people that says it's groundbreaking, it truly is, that have bridged the gap between organizational relevant research and sector-wide learning. She works on improving capacity and understanding within the field of peace building, on monitoring, evaluation, and impact tools and analysis in conflict-affected settings. And Sarah Cook, the director of the Security and Extremism Research Program. Her primary research interests include targeted violence, domestic terrorism prevention, hate crimes, radicalization, and victimization. She has extensive experience in evaluating dozens of domestic terrorism prevention programs as part of the Department of Homeland Security Targeted Violence and Terrorism Prevention Grantee Evaluation Project. Ms. Cook specializes in qualitative research and is adept at cognitive interviewing, qualitative interviews, focus groups, user experience testing, all of the types of data collections that exist under the sun here. After joining RTI in 2007, she began her career as a survey methodologist with an emphasis on questionnaire development, survey design, question testing, and usability. So throughout her career, she's held leadership roles on projects funded by DHS, the Bureau of Justice Statistics, Bureau of Justice Assistance, National Institute of Justice, Office of Violence Against Women, Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and Bureau of the Census. So a data queen she is. So we have some fantastic conversation here about data and the state of the data in this field, particularly on R&R programs, and more expansively problematizing the notion of R&R as a specific field. So we'll turn over to Jessie first.
Well, thank you so much for such a gracious introduction, and thank you for putting the slides up. I know everyone stuck around for the data conversation, not I just wanted to kick off and really acknowledge all the hard work, the long-term commitment, and the fact that this type of work is hyper-localized. And when it comes to monitoring, evaluation, and research, that makes things very complex on trying to understand what trends we're seeing in the field, how we can take something that is so individualized and consider how to make effective policies to support those types of processes globally. And I would just start by saying that part of that comes from, I think, being more comfortable in some of the ambiguity of what it means from an individual level to a broader level. And that is not an easy answer to give policymakers or researchers. We want quick fixes. So I'll start off by putting the bad news first and just saying that these are really complex problems and there are no magic program that's going to address them. But I do want to start very positively and say we have seen huge advances, and we've heard that a couple times today in the field of going from, I think, what was a general kind of wall of I have no idea what this is or what this looks like, beyond maybe theoretical questions to what are we actually doing in practice. So I'm going to focus today on thinking about where we go from evidence to practice and what we're learning right now in terms of taking stock on PCVE efforts globally. I'm going to try and use this. So I just wanted to start and say, realistically, when I first joined AFP about 6 years ago, we tried to do a kind of scoping of PCVE programs at the time, starting in 2018. We had less than 20 studies at that point in time. And I can remember that was groundbreaking. People were shocked we had found 20 studies to talk about, and hosting a series of roundtables to kind of thinking about where we are today. And not only am I going to, and I've kind of made some modifications to this presentation following the conversations we've heard today, but also thinking about some of what we're learning that's new, some of which I think is really exciting is confirming a lot more of these things that we're seeing in individualized cases more globally, which I think is really, really exciting. So today I'm going to speak about some findings from a new systematic mixed method review that we've been carrying out in coordination on global findings of PCVE programming. I'm also going to disappoint by saying we excluded the United States. And I'm going to hand that component of the research over to my lovely colleague here for a lot of intentional reasons that I think many of you will understand on why we think programming in the US has different implications, different types of programming structures, and inherently a different evidence base. But I still think that what I'm going to present on today, especially after sitting through these fabulous conversations with incredible experts, not only resonates but informs and should work in synergy on promoting what we do in the US, what we do in Europe, what we do in Kazakhstan, and considering how those things speak to each other. So first I just wanted to open up with this question of, what is evidence? This is a question we've been kind of struggling with for a few years, trying to understand for peace building, the peace building field, what does it mean to have an evidence-informed program? What is the necessary and sufficient evidence base to say this is something we can do, we know how to do, we can replicate, and it's going to apply or work everywhere? Where those standards lie and for whom are super important when we think about this field, especially peace building, I think PCV globally, where we know that this is still, in many phases, a nascent field. We're still learning. We don't have the advantage of, decades of health research to know exactly how much, whatever it may be I'm going to give you is going to lead to this result. We don't have that type of luxury. So we're still trying to not only identify the right questions to ask, but start to evaluate them. This research that we've been carrying out for a while, I think one of the things I just want to highlight from it for our field is certainly this question around what evidence-informed or evidence means for different stakeholders. What does it mean for a policymaker to create policy? What's enough for them to generate legislative policy compared to actually put money behind something? What's the difference for a practitioner in terms of what's enough for me to know I should integrate this into my program compared to a funder or a researcher? And I think one of the things to note is obviously all of them have very different perceptions of this. And I think one of the difficulties we do have when we talk about data or evidence-informed programming is what we mean by that. Only thing that I'll highlight from this research I think is really fun, maybe I shouldn't say fun. One of the big findings we found from policymakers was basically they're looking for anything that's more than the flip of a coin. That's sufficient evidence for them to say, I can make a policy on that, which I would say is highly different from a researcher who wants to have their 99% competency level and make sure that this is generally replicable in every situation before they're going to put their name behind it. And we see the others in the field kind of somewhere in between. So That led us to kind of the research we're doing now in terms of understanding and coordinating with the laser pulse mechanism. It's a 5-year program that's works with USAID's ITR hub. We're partnering with the CVP office as part of CPS to assist in their armed conflict and violence prevention learning agenda. And AFP has been tasked with understanding PCVE writ large, which I think definitely when we went into it, we're like, oh, yeah, we can do this. And then as we started to kind of break it apart, realize, oh, we're really focused on what I'm going to call DDRR today. That's only one of a large continuum of the radicalization spectrum and what it means to try and understand evidence there. So just to give you, before I keep you on this screen, before you get freaked out by the research approach, but one of the things just to give you a little bit of an idea on kind of how we approach the concept of collecting research and what evidence means to us, because we're very focused on collecting evidence that can inform practice. How do we improve our programs and be comfortable with some of these uncertainties so that we're at least not allowing perfect to be the enemy of the good, but also not continuing practices that we're seeing are ineffective around the field. It's really difficult to take a lot of evidence in and to figure out what it means. Even if you're trained in that, it's overwhelming. It's like drinking from a fire hose these days when it comes to the amount of data that's processed through programs. I say that after coming off this project, reading hundreds of evaluations, and still feeling at moments like I either one, know exactly what I need to say, and at the other, oh, no, this was contradicted here. I don't know how to process that myself. So our approach really looks at evidence more broadly to allow us to take mixed methods programs that normally would not affect the same level of quality that a lot of systematic reviews would do, things like an RCT or quasi-experimental. We understand that those generate very good evidence, but that doesn't mean that other types of studies aren't generating critical evidence and findings that should be informing practices now. So we really open this up to allow us to kind of more cohesively define evidence and use that to inform practice. We do this through a theory of change approach, which I can't tell you how excited I am to hear so many individuals say theory of change today. I'll try not to geek out too much in the course of this conversation, but really brought a big smile to my face. And part of that is because, again, unlike other fields, we don't have a very strong, what I would say, ontological approach or a very strong intervention-based approach in PCVE. We haven't really defined what these different approaches are very well, and often that's because they're trying to do a lot of things at once. Maybe intentionally and for good purpose. We maybe can't do, as we just saw from the last program, these kind of 5 Rs. Maybe we shouldn't be doing them separately, but maybe we should. And I think those are really important questions in research that we're trying to understand and why research can be very helpful. Part of this allows us to not only improve practice, but to also think about how the field is maturing, as well as understand where there's gaps in the field of research. Really think about things that are working or not. Again, being comfortable a little bit with what that means in different contexts. And then really establishing kind of opportunities for future research. So I'm going to give you a couple of numbers here, and I promise you we won't go too long. First of all, just to give you a quick idea in terms of what we looked at. So in our initial scraping and trying to understand PCVE writ large, from prevention all the way through to reintegration, we ended up pulling around 2,300 articles, which I think is spectacular after 20, like I said, in 2018. Really, of course, we have to review those. We go through all that fun research stuff. In the end, though, because we were looking at pure evaluations, we wanted an evaluation of a program. We don't care about theory, even though we're going to put them into theories of change. We want to know what people are doing in practice. When they say they're doing this, what does that actually look like? So in the end, we pulled 129 evaluations that covered 131 different programs across the field of PCVE. So we're going to focus today on the very far right column of what I'm calling DDRR. Definitions matter, but I don't want us to get too caught up in definitions. I will say that when we started this, we anticipated that disengagement and de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration were going to be separate reviews. In theory, this is how we were seeing these things discussed. In practice, they were kind of all happening together or with very little boundaries across them. So we grouped them all together. The one thing I want you to note from here, though, that is really important, only 25 of our studies looked at DDRR. So this is certainly our least in terms of, right now, evidence that we're finding compared to things like prevention or what we call CI. So those are more containment, indictment, more national policies, government, policing, things like that. very much focus more on the PVE prevention or some of the CVE compared to DDRR, which is what we're focused on today. I think just in terms of trends, I just wanted to highlight we are seeing a huge progression in research across all these fields, which I think is hugely beneficial for the field. The DDRR ones are in gray. I'm sorry if that's a little difficult to read. And then I also wanted to just show you, interesting, I'm not seeing a, huh, do you see a map? Nope. How intriguing. I see a map. A little bit of a map on where these studies are coming from, but I can tell you that the largest countries that are being represented in terms of repeat studies, we see a lot coming out of Australia, which I think is probably no surprise to people here, a lot coming out of Niger and Nigeria. We do see a lot in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and then also in the Philippines and Indonesia. So my useless picture there. So what we did is we tried to create these broader theories of change for the field, to understand what are DDR programs in practice doing and how does that relate to theory. You'll see that we did try and distinguish some of these because some do make they do distinguish between things like when we're working on disengagement and de-radicalization and how that may be different from a program that's then processing into, say, reintegration. These are very, very broad, and I'm happy to share this research. It's forthcoming, but happy to talk about theories of change. I'm blue in the face with all of you. But really, I think none of these will be too surprising. Case management, things in working on complex and pluralistic worldviews, how we transform identity, mental health and psychosocial support programming, often in combination with a lot of other types of programming, building or rebuilding relationships with family or community, livelihoods and economic opportunities, and then broader community programming looking to address fears and stigmas. Again, all this I think I've heard from different speakers today, which is very reassuring to me in terms of we're capturing a broad base of which you all are seeing as experts as well. I will just highlight that these theory chains are super interconnected. In the kind of blue or PV, the gray is containment integration, and the kind of orangish red are the DDRR. So it just shows, again, we're not really distinguishing all the time quite yet in the field, but I think DDRR does often happen very separately. Okay, it's a big graphic. Don't panic. The only thing I want you to look at on here is all of those lines are going up, which is a huge, for me, positive trend showing these depict across all of our studies in DDRR. We're looking at both the strength of the evidence as determined by a multiple index as well as the quality. And I think this is really reassuring, unlike in prevention and unlike in containment and interdiction. In DDRR, we're seeing those things go together, which is a positive growth in terms of the evidence base for us, that we are not only focused on developing evidence, but we are also focused on doing it in a high quality way. So a couple of things I wanted to call out. And I want to, I have about 5 more minutes, so I want to make sure to respect my time. What we're seeing, and I want to be very careful in saying evidence-informed. Evidence-informed can be positive evidence that this is working. It can be negative evidence that things maybe didn't go as we had planned. It can be mixed evidence. Some things went up and other things went down. This is demonstrating exclusively that we have stronger, evaluative, rigorous evidence to show something's going on in these programs. So particularly case management, curriculum-based approaches, which I think I just spelled wrong, things like more planned DD programs, so we could have like a custodial setting. Definitely integrative complexity, which I heard from, I can't remember who mentioned it earlier, which was exciting to me, thinking about these types of trainings to increase the way we think about or hold values so it's not an us versus them mentality. Things around custodial prison-based programs for rehabilitation, and then also some findings, again mixed, in terms of how we can use counter-alternative narratives when it comes to reintegration issues, particularly for addressing stigmatization or questions around victimization. The other thing that I want to point out that we highlight, not just evidence-informed, are things like promising practices, things we're seeing replicated findings, often highly anecdotal, but across different contexts and in different situations with different groups, which to us signifies something's happening there. These need more evaluation. But we certainly are seeing a lot in relation to religious and peer education. We heard about that from Heidi earlier. Questions around narratives and mass media usage. These questions around collaboration with families, with religious actors, with community leaders, how we harness those social networks, those pro-social opportunities to work in terms of DD. And then also things around capacity building, mentorship, but also the addition of this component of capital inputs. When we're thinking about, and I think, Mike, you were talking about that earlier, we're thinking about, dealing with material safety and allowing people to have opportunities in their environment. It's not just about training them. What do they do with those skills? How do they find a job? How do they take care of their basic needs while also trying to address skills building or jobs work? So just to highlight a few quick practices and evidence we're seeing, definitely around case management, we're seeing a lot around prolonged and frequent engagements. These are really important. How we engage, how long we engage, when we engage with them, that has implications on the impact long term. We also see around integrative complexity this idea that if you are getting more appreciation for different perspectives or having more diverse worldviews, the problem with this, though, is that this takes a lot of time. All of these things take a lot of time. And also probably need a lot more resources than just let me build your capacity at a one-off training. Custodial and prisonal programs, we're seeing a lot of successes around physical disengagement as well as cognitive transformation. You can't have one without the other necessarily. And we heard about that in settings here, something like where maybe you're not actually getting that physical disengagement from extremist propaganda. What does that mean even if you're cognitively transforming? Whereas often in custodial prison settings, we have a forced separation, but we all know here how difficult those settings can be in terms of radicalization themselves. We also see this idea around pro-social behaviors, being able to develop new social circles. Again, thinking about how to sever those ties. I think how you mentioned that earlier, a huge issue though is when people go back to those social networks, they themselves can sometimes be a risk-based environment where they could also be contributing to radicalization. I heard earlier, and I was really excited to see this, the need for support from parole and social workers in post-incarceration settings is shown up a lot as a very important area to take advantage of. And then also these questions of how you can use counter-narratives through things like edutainment or radio programming to address some of these stigmatization and fears in community. Some quick challenges I'll just point out. These are small groups. We obviously heard earlier, these are smaller occurrences. When it comes to research, that's hard. That's hard to evaluate. That's hard to understand trends. There's difficulty in creating comparison groups. I can't just say, well, you're an extremist today and you might be an extremist tomorrow, so I'm going to compare you. That's not a great approach for many reasons. The replicability of this highly tailored work. Earlier, I had this question about attitudes and behaviors. Well, what comes first? If we change your attitude, will your behaviors follow? If we force you behaviorally to do things, will your attitudes? This is a question not just in this field, across the field. Cycles of success and failure. This idea that these programs take a long time and people often are on a trend where they step forward, they step back. They step forward more, they step back less. What does that mean in terms of success? These concepts of nested programs and evaluation, and then accounts from impacts of other programming. We know there are positive opportunities like situations of good governance that can heighten other program opportunities. But in the instance of, say, a bad governing situation, it could have inverse effects. So how do you use those opportunities when they're ripe to take advantage and kind of progress? And how do you also recognize when they might not be right in an environment? I'm not going to go through all these. Happy to talk with you all about recommendations, but I definitely want to highlight that the question of strategically layering and sequencing these multidisciplinary programs, I hear this all the time. However, I will say in practice, there's very little evidence to support how this works, because I think the most important thing is that this cannot be an add-on to another program, which is what we see happen a lot. Policymakers, I will give you very quickly, we need more resources, of course. We also need to integrate it, though, into other strategies. We need integration across other fields. We need active involvement of local communities, and we need to partner with practitioners. We heard that earlier today, which I think is really critical. For Mel, and this is where I'll close, we need more theories of change, minimally program logic. It's really complicated to read a program report evaluation that's 150 pages and it looks really, really great, but I actually have no idea what you thought you would do or why that happened or what even maybe happened. Really, so moving beyond those questions of process and accountability is the only things we're evaluating. I get it, they're easy to evaluate, I do it myself. But when we actually want to get to concrete evidence, we need more work. Integrating researchers from the beginning. These are hard things, and you're not expected to know how to do them as a practitioner or a funder, and then really thinking about innovative measures. And I'll end there. Thank you.
All right, everybody take a deep breath after that.
Okay,
That
I
was
will.
beautiful and wonderful, and thank you, Jessica. Just moving on to now the context that brings us all together, seeing how this shows up or doesn't show up in the United States.
Yeah, so I will go ahead and start talking while my presentation comes up, because I am aware that I am now the last thing between you and the cocktail reception. So I'm going to start just sort of talking, I'm going to talk about two different programs that I've evaluated. As you heard, I've done a number of evaluations for DHS and the Targeted Violence Terrorism Prevention Grant Program, as well as the Countering Violent Extremism Grant Program, which only had one cycle in fiscal year 2016. But I want to start with a little bit of a story for that program that we evaluated from the fiscal year 16 cohort. One of the things we do on these evaluations is we do site visits. So we were at a site visit, and they were implementing a program in a jail, and it was a mindfulness program. And so we were able to go in and see part of the program and talk with some of the inmates. And so we went in there, and there was an inmate actually kind of leading a meditation session with his peers. And as once he kind of finished up, the facilitators who we've been talking to for months shared with us, this is not the same person that came in here months ago when he first came in, went through it, the whole program, and graduated from it. They're like, this is not the same person. And he kind of, was just sort of humbly kind of like nodding, like, yeah, I was different. And another guy in the group said, I watched him change. He used to be very, very angry, and I saw him change, and I wanted that for myself. That's why I signed up for this cohort. So to me, I just got chills thinking about it. That's just a very kind of impactful story to talk about what some of these programs could be doing. But unfortunately, anecdotes like that, as wonderful as they are, aren't what's going to get things moving forward. We need more. We need more data. Is this the first time you've heard that today? Just checking. Okay, so the two projects that I'm going to talk about, one that I just referenced is the Alameda County Sheriff's Office from the fiscal year 16 CVE grant program. They were doing a mindfulness training in jails. In a jail in California, and then the Counter Extremism Project. One of the great things about going last is that half of my presentation's already been said today, so I'm going to gloss over the CEP program a little bit because Hunkal did a really good job of describing it earlier, but essentially they were a fiscal year 20 grantee for the DHS TVTP grant program, and their alternative pathways curriculum and training was intended to be implemented in prisons as well as virtually through a correspondence course. So both of these grantees had more to it than just these incarcerated individual interactions. But for these purposes, I'm just going to focus on these two things. Okay, so for Alameda County, they had MBA, the Mind Body Awareness Mindfulness Training. It was an evidence-based cognitive behavioral intervention. Some of the aspects of it, it was a 10-week series, ironically 10 weeks, same as CEP, a series of modules. They had both group and individual sessions planned so that the inmates would have a group session, but then they'd also have one-on-ones with the facilitators. As I referenced, there's a meditative component, so they did more than just talk about the curriculum. They also introduced and taught them how to meditate. They meditated as a group as well as encouraged them to meditate on their own. And then they also had peer mentors. And what peer mentors were and did basically was if they graduated from the training, completed the course, then they were, some of them were invited to come back and help lead the next cohort. They were also asked to help recruit people, inmates to join, because who are you going to listen to more, your fellow inmate who said this thing is really great, or someone who is just coming in and says, hey, I've got this program, come do it. So the outputs that we have are those two bullets, essentially. So the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, they enrolled 105 inmates in this MBA program over 6 different cohorts. 66, which is 63% of the inmates, actually graduated, which they had a graduation ceremony. This is not unexpected, an unexpected number. They expected attrition. One, because this is a jail. Transfers happen. People get moved. Some people got released. There's also, this is kind of an intensive, self-monitoring, introspective type of program. And so they acknowledged even before they started doing this that people will sign up, but they will need to drop out. They are not necessarily in a place to do this, and especially because of the group setting, they encourage people who were there, if you don't feel like you can do this or this isn't right for you right now, it's okay to drop out, that's fine. And there were some people who said, hey, this just isn't for me right now. So the other program, CEP, had their alternative pathways curriculum. As you know, they had a theory of change, and they developed curriculum for a safe, healthy, and dignified rehabilitation and reintegration of violent extremists, affiliated criminal offenders in the United States. Again, Hung Kal's talked about this program earlier. Many of you are familiar with it. It was based off of Parallel Networks Control-Alt-Delete, which that is a play on delete. That's not just how we say Delhate in the South. It is how it sounds, though. So Control-Alt-Delete is about controlling the, and Hung Kal, correct me if I get this wrong, but controlling the response to stimulus, altering your course to nonviolence, thinking more about reorienting to community, to purpose, meaning, and in doing so, delete hate within oneself and by proxy or by nature of the community.
Who would have said I'd be dragging you along with this in fiscal year 2020?
Right. So, so Hung Kal has been part of our, and CEP has been part of our evaluations that just ended like 2 weeks ago. So we've been working with her and talking to her monthly since 2020. So I've picked up a few things. So for their program, as I'm trying to change all the slides at one time, we had some outputs. They're not the outputs that anyone expected a couple years ago. They did their individual correspondence course, as Hung Kal mentioned. There were 10 individuals who enrolled and completed the training, and this was done all remotely, all virtually. And by virtual, I'm saying kind of a little old school virtual. This wasn't on Zoom necessarily. A lot of snail mail, prison mail was done. Hung Kal gave us a lot of stories about that, as well as she would have phone calls and emails when possible. But this was all done sort of on a one-on-one basis. And within that group of 10, there were multiple ideologies represented. So the curriculum is not ideology specific. The folks that she was able to recruit into doing this were not from a single ideology. So there were some variances there. One of the big plans, again, the spoiler alert, didn't get to happen, was the group course with the inmates, the in-person, which was that 10-week session. The outcomes, or I'm sorry, the outputs that we have for this are essentially the extreme efforts that Hung Kal put into trying to get this implemented into a facility. She discussed implementation with 7 prisons, and this isn't 7 prisons that she had one phone call with. These are multiple calls, multiple emails, different layers of administration, to which none of these pan out where they were able to let her in, and we're going to talk about some of these challenges in a minute. She also conversed with 21 relevant parties, and what's a relevant party? That's probation officers, judges, people from Department of Corrections, other related people who may have an interest in this curriculum and implementing it, or finding some way in which it can be useful to them. All right, so we're going to talk about the challenges. Is there a picture there? Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, you can barely see. Okay, we're going to talk about some of the challenges. So as you may have noticed from the data that I showed, there wasn't any outcomes in there. It wasn't talking about these are the huge changes that happened, because both of these grantees ended up with a lot of challenges. The first one just being implementing. And it's not even about data, just even getting implemented. So just like this guy here, we need to climb Mount implementation. And so why was it so hard? Why is it so hard to climb Mount implementation? First, again, not new today, but access to inmate populations. It's been over a year that CEP has been working, On Call has been working to get this program in a facility. The good news is she is very persistent, and we need a lot of that in this field. And she has this has been an ongoing process. Even though the grant period of performance has ended for her, they are still having conversations and working to find ways and places where this alternative pathways curriculum can be implemented. And I know she's going to be collecting data as she does that, even though we're no longer evaluating her and part of that process. Another reason why it's difficult is just the correctional facility staffing shortages. I haven't heard of a correctional facility that says, oh, we're overstaffed, we have so many people, we don't know what to do with them. The opposite usually is true. And so that ends up being a problem, because sometimes the reason that you can't come in with your program to a facility is because, well, we don't have the staff. And what does that mean? Well, inmates have to be escorted from their cells, from rec time, from wherever they are, to come to a program. Facilitators have to be escorted once they get there, unless sometimes there's options like a brown card, which CEP, their contractor, went through and tried to do, which you go through a process where you're able to move within the facility without being escorted, but that's not always available. So another a problem that Alameda County Sheriff's Office had with their mindfulness program was they actually went to a jail that had a lot of programming. That's a good problem to have, in my opinion. But again, they only had so many staff that could escort, because they already were committed to escorting folks with these other programs. So, and again, we'll talk a little bit more about mitigating some of these challenges or things that we can do. But these are things that we've seen now in 2 different programs trying to implement within correctional facilities in the United States. Another, I call it the catch-22, is that many facilities told On Call, well, we don't want to do this until we know it works, or we don't want to do this until we know that inmates are going to want to do this and that they're going to be interested in it. It's like, saying, hey, we want to hire you, but you need experience first, but no one's willing to be the first one to give you experience. It's the same thing. Everyone wanted someone else to be the first to try this. So I call that the catch-22, because how do you get out of that loop? Who's going to be the one to say, okay, here, try it here? Risk assessments is something that I know Paul mentioned a little bit earlier. The group at ACSO, they were planning on doing focusing on at-risk individuals, but they realized there's no validated risk assessment, and this was, again, a few years ago, but there was nothing they felt comfortable enough with to use and sort of design their study, their implementation on at-risk based on what was currently available there. So we need to climb Mount implementation, but there's a second mountain, actually, that we need to climb. It's Mount data. So Mount data, the good news is we can climb them both at the same time, kinda, but you don't have to climb them separately. So of extreme importance is baseline data. And baseline data, until AI or ChatGPT or Elon Musk or someone comes up with a time machine where we can go back in time, you have to collect that baseline data before you start implementing things. Before, yeah, right? Anything that you're going to do, any program, before you start, collect that baseline data. Not collecting baseline data is kind of like climbing this mountain in these new shoes and saying to everyone, I just climbed this really huge mountain in these new shoes. This guy, like, let's just say he's wearing new shoes. And he's telling everyone about them. And he's like, how big? And they're like, well, how high did you climb? Oh, it was really high. Okay, well, how far did you go? Really, really far. Okay, well, can I ascend 18,000 feet in these? Or can I climb Everest in these? Is that going to work based on your experience? Well, if you never measure where you started and where you ended up, you can't actually say. We can say, no, I think you can, it's really far, but there's no data. So that's why we need baseline data to see where we're starting from, and then at the end, where did we end up? You can collect more data than that. This is just sort of the bare minimum that I'm throwing out there. So here's some possible solutions. These all have limitations. I'm just going to say that now. But how can we get past this? How can we climb Mount Implementation and Mount Data at the same time? One is to find alternative yet related populations for pilot testing. So, for example, if you can't get an at-risk population, can you get an incarcerated population? So ACSO, like I said, they wanted to do at-risk and they realized they couldn't do that. It took them a long time to implement because they had trouble getting in the facility. What they were able to do is they were offered the protective custody population. Because they're in protective custody, and I think Bryant mentioned this earlier, they don't have access to the other programs. All of the other programs that staff were busy with at this jail, these folks, because they were in protective custody, couldn't be part of that. So they were actually hungry and starving for some type of programming in their group. So, this is not the violent extremist at-risk group they expected. These are people who were likely sex offenders, child abusers. They're leaving gangs. They're maybe leaving an extremist group, but somewhere there it's not safe for them in the general population. So, thank you. And then the other thing is consider piloting with probationers, especially if they were recently released. They're easier to access. They know what it's like to be in prison. A week or two ago, they were in prison. They were your population that you're looking for. So that's just another option. Again, there are limitations to this, but it's something that we can do so that we can get some data in order to move forward with that target population. So I've got my contact information there. The last thing I'm going to say, just because there's a microphone in front of my face, is that if you implement any kind of programming, please, please, please collect data before and after. We need data on these programs, whether you're implementing a program, whether you're doing something new. Please implement that data.
Thank you, Sarah. As we did before, I think we should give preference and precedence to the folks online who might have some questions. Just a friendly reminder for those online, the chat function isn't working, so please use the Q&A function. And for those in the room, your hand is your Q&A function. So.
Are we at that point of the day? We just holler.
All right, thank you. So this is for either of the presenters. In the evidence-informed approaches, is there evidence both on what works in isolation, but what works in combination, in what sequence, in what timing periods, and in what emphasis?
Cool.
Does that? Happy to repeat that.
Yeah, no. Well, one thing I can tell you in those very busy scatter plots, we did isolate programs that were operating under a single theory of change compared to programs that were working in a combinatorics type approach to try and kind of test a question in that regard in terms of if they are having a very focused approach, are we seeing higher quality, stronger evidence or not? In some cases, I will say that did hold true, particularly around prevention and counter and alternative narratives. In terms of DDRR, the simple fact is most of these programs are hyper integrated, so our ability to say, combination versus isolation beyond saying, perhaps, I reiterate again, these things should happen in combination.
I'm not an expert in terms of implementation practice there, but I think that that's a really critical question. In terms of sequencing, this is another major issue and why we ended up combining, at least in our research, the theories of change, because many of them did not make any overt or explicit explanation on sequencing. Was disengagement and de-radicalization best occurring pre-release in a carceral setting? Is it a process that should be happening in tandem with, say, reintegration efforts? One of the things that struck me earlier in the 5R was rehabilitation was shown following after reintegration, which was happening first. Those are critical questions that I would say until we better understand, I would say, definitional boundaries of what those are, the sequencing will remain a broad question. And then the question of where to emphasize in terms of where we put emphasis across them, I think probably the biggest takeaway, and I hate to say this because as a researcher I know how complicated it is all of these aspects are very important. I think that Mike and our colleagues earlier shared, we used to say this in field when I worked more in development, I can't teach a woman about female empowerment if her children are starving. It's very difficult to engage in those conversations if someone is unable to find a job and is homeless. I can, try and work with them on ideological disengagement or de-radicalization, but they have a lot of other pressing concerns too. So I think that there's a need to balance, just as we were hearing earlier from trauma, how you emphasize or connect those programs, but I think ignoring critical needs, particularly for your own agenda or prioritization of what a person's needs are at that moment in time, is probably the most negative approach you could take. Yeah, I'll leave it there. If you have any comments.
No, I think that was good.
We have one more here, if that's okay. So we heard earlier that often, quote, measures of effectiveness, unquote, are limited to security incidents. What level of data do policyholders need to see before agreeing to pilot or implement?
That's a really great question. I don't think there's a set, this is what you need. I don't think there's one bar. And Hung Call, I know you've talked to a lot of them, so feel free to chime in with the microphone if you want to. But no. But, there's different concerns in different facilities with different people. They want to see, they're willing to take different levels of risk. So it depends really on who you're talking to, what your program is, what you're trying to do, and what you tell them is going to be the outcome of your program. Because we do this, blank is going to happen. So if you say that you are going to, I'm trying to come up with a non-realistic idea, but I'm not. If you're going to stop all terrorism, they're going to want to see, okay, what data, how do we know that's going to happen? What data do you have to show that? So it's really kind of a case-by-case basis is my experience.
Yeah, and I would just flag in terms of, I don't think we are limited to security measures. I think there's been a lot of advancements, and we'll be issuing a kind of briefer in relation to trends in measurement. Anyone who's engaged with me previously knows I am an indicator fiend. AFP hosts the Irene Peacebuilding Indicator database, and we are obsessed with knowing how people measure change or consider change or perceive success in different scenarios across peacebuilding. And I will say, just as one single example, a couple of the case management studies coming out of Australia have developed really interesting scales contextually relevant to their programs, but attempting to assess progress, what progress looks like on an individual level for individuals going through a tailored case management approach. So I think that that's a good indication that there are more than just, number of recidivism rate, which also is terrible because almost everyone collects it after they are released from prison, which is interesting in of itself. But I think there's a lot of advances. It's hard, again, it's like drinking from a fire hose. Even if you have time reading all of those, figuring those out. And that's where people like Sarah and I come in to help as well. And then the other thing I would just note, and I think you were hitting upon this in terms of level of risk, I think the field for many years has done a disservice to ourselves by promising the world, I can deliver this across this population without realistically setting good boundaries or expectations on what that looks like. So I think all of us also being more realistic on what measures of success look like for this field and asking that question, because the important question is really, what is the question? And my methodologist next to me would certainly agree with that, is highly contextualized, but that doesn't mean that it's not valid. So I think us also pushing more and having those conversations with policymakers that, if we can change 5 people who come out and don't have don't return to prison, or don't commit, as that great example earlier, don't commit additional crimes that maybe is that enough? And I think that those are value questions in some regard, but I think that as a field we can push that forward better.
Amazing. So we have a little bit of time for a few questions from the room for those of you that have questions here. And there's, I think, a microphone that'll magically appear. Great.
Can I?
Hunkal, do you have a question?
Yes, but
okay.
I don't know if I can grab the microphone or not.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the flashbacks. Sarah, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know, maybe for both, but maybe more specifically for Jessica, because I know she's on the quant side of things, and I'm very interested actually in the measuring the non-quant things. Like, for example, you were speaking earlier about the integrative complexity training. Like, how on earth do you measure something that, I mean, there's the radicalization scale, whatever, like, how is it, and how do you consider valid programs for your assessment?
Yeah, so, I mean, I would say one thing, we don't have to do this in a vacuum. And I think Heidi was presenting on really great information there in terms of there's a lot to pull from other fields, particularly psychology, psychiatry, mental health. They have made huge advances on conceptualizing and creating assessments to allow us to maybe pinpoint. I don't think it's an exact science because I don't know that humans are an exact science in our brain in some ways. I could be refuted by anyone, but I've seen enough people behave irrationally in enough situations that I question that. But I think that there are, borrowing from other fields and considering how those can be adapted to ours, I think there's been a lot of good progress there. I will say at least in integrative complexity programming, there is very specific psychological research on how to lead the program and how to evaluate it in different contexts. It has its own limitations. I would definitely, my recommendation is always, again, we don't want to just cherry pick things. A lot of these, and I think we in the peacebuilding field know this very well in terms of questions like contact theory, that just because you bring people together, that's not sufficient to lead to the changes we've seen. There are certain conditions necessary to create effective change. So I am seeing progress in that regard. I think one of the things that I'm seeing develop most in terms of quantifying qualitative data is occurring off of scales or indices, where we're attempting to really look at unique components, standardize them in a certain way, and then assess progress around those unique scales. But I do think there are opportunities, questions like, how do we better measure recidivism? And part of that is not because we don't know how. I think part of it is just we haven't done it, as Sarah was mentioning. That ends when someone leaves a probationary period, potentially. Well, does that mean that person's just all of a sudden great and good and they're never going to reoffend? Probably not. As we know, it's a lifetime process. So I think some of them are just us improving our measures and committing to doing that measurement. But others are kind of playing, maybe in a fail fast mentality as well. We try different things in different scenarios, but definitely not just doing what we've done, which is very little. So definitely measurement indicators, it's all about experience and exposure. So looking at as many as you can, seeing what works, and then contextually making them relevant in different scenarios and seeing how to collect that before you implement, very importantly, and after, I think could see huge success. And happy to share studies too.
I'll ask one. If there's are there any other questions in the room first before I offer one probably controversial question? No, I think it's important coming from the practitioner side myself, from the mental health practice side, when we've seen every RFP has this notion of we need to make sure that the programs that we select are to fund are scalable, sustainable, cost-effective, evidence-generating, all these words that we use. And, we see this interesting dynamic where there's this cycle of agencies that are power holders, whether that's through funds or through name reputation, generate evidence for their programs. Then there's an increased call for evidence-based programming. Then there's a limited supply of providers or trainers to build the capacity of any organizations that aren't those power holders that originally generated that data. And then, you know, those larger orgs entrench those existing practices as the only evidence-based practices that exist. And we've seen this across multiple sectors. So in the era of localization, what's your advice both to smaller agencies and to the donor side to avoid these tremendous biases that often occur in the necessary push towards evidence-based programming?
I'll let you go first on that one.
Well, for the smaller organizations, what I would say is partner with a university. Find a partner who can help you evaluate if that is not your thing, help you evaluate what you're doing, help you collect data, help you plan all of that out in the beginning before you do anything at the proposal stage. Work with someone who it might make you a little bit bigger when you're partnering with someone else, and is also more enticing when you have a plan like, here, this is how we're going to collect these data. This is what the outcomes are that we're looking for. There was another part to that question, and yeah.
Well, you covered Rex, the small orgs, which I think is really important because AFP is a small organization in terms of what we do, particularly in the research parameter. We're a non-implementer, we support the field, and I think partnership is key when you're thinking about how to grow that. It can be hard to identify. I think academics can be a good opportunity. I think think tanks, other researchers. But I also think that it improves the overall practice because those different parties bring different skill sets, which are super important when we're considering this. I'll focus on the Rex to donors when it comes to power dynamics. One thing at AFP is we spend a lot of time in our research and evidence team of doing what I call donor capacity building on MEL. What does it actually mean? What should you actually expect? And what's in some cases even appropriate? The idea that we have caps on, 10% of your funding only can go to research, but this better be replicable or sustainable. So some of that, I think, is a necessity for stronger capacity building of donors and funders and policymakers on both what is feasible, and again, these questions of what's acceptable or what, for you, I think, how can you conceptualize what you're looking for as a return on your investment? That's a hard question for us individually, but for a donor as well. And I think that they have a hard time. Again, it goes back to that comment on what is your question, what is your goal or your purpose. To accompany that, though, one word of extreme caution that I think is really important is, and again, this might be a little controversial, but I do not believe in the co-designing of a grant process with a donor for the simple fact that it often takes advantage of smaller organizations who are incapable of putting forward, say, before a grant, that level of effort or that level of commitment without a guarantee that things are going to come through. So I think also thinking about ways to relieve that burden of a small organization, but keep the best practice. We want to design that in tandem, but aren't necessarily or will certainly be kind of pushed out of the field or a bidding process because we don't have those capacities. These grants are huge. They are intensive. When we were hearing earlier from DHS on best practices, I think they've done a lot of great things on trying to facilitate that, but it is a massive undertaking for a small org. So I think also thinking creatively on better ways to kind of hedge some of those risks to allow for more adaptive application processes that do allow for, as I said, co-designing in some sort of funded process would be very helpful.
All right. Another round of applause to our fantastic panelists. Thank you so much. Over to Hunkal to help us conclude this amazing day.
You could, we're going to leave it to you.
Oh, hooray. Yeah, thank you, the three of you, Sarah and Jessica, for presenting, Mike for moderating. And I'm sure we're all looking forward to the networking event, but just a few words. And of course, I have to start with thank you. Thank you to everybody who's here today, all the panelists, also the people who are joining us online. And I think to wrap up, just some brief comments. We've discussed the design and implementations, the improvement of the design and implementation of programs in order to, you know, we've been speaking about safe, healthy, dignified 5 Rs, you know, across the board. But I think one of the things, at least from where I stand, that hasn't maybe, and this is very applicable to the US context, hasn't been highlighted is when should these programs start? And probably in the same way we're speaking about collecting data early on, start early on within the prison system already. Right? Another key word, cooperation. I think it's evident that law enforcement and security bodies cannot do this by themselves. And civil society organizations are essential key partner in all of this, particularly those working to promote social cohesion and development. If only for the fact that they know the context better. They know their community, they know their people, they know who to talk to. So yeah, that, again, luckily today we've had the opportunity, and I'm very grateful to partners on the other side of the world for, you know, giving us some of their insights and their experiences. So basically, on behalf of everybody at the Counter Extremism Project, thank you. Thank you again to everybody who has contributed to advancing today's conversation on what should be done, right? When talking about rehabilitation and reintegration of extremist offenders in the United States. Of course, thanks to DHS. Thank you, Ryan, in particular today. No, and David O'Leary too for the presentation. Hector Tejeda, who was unable to join us today, but he has been a very, very supportive program officer throughout the whole development of this project. Additionally, much appreciation again to our fantastic panelists, moderators, audience for the very engaging questions. Thank you very much. And thank you to the rest of the CEP, Plus Communications, and the Panel Networks team. Darlene, I can't see you from behind the corner, but thank you. Darlene, Alan Goldsmith, Robert Benton, Annalisa, where are you? Avergas, thank you very much, as well as Josh Silberberg and his team, Gabby Abrams, Emily Romero, and Sierra Wilson, who've been helping us outside today with the registrations. And, you know, everybody who made this conference happen, including the National Press Club, who have been, you know, have made this whole process very, very easy. And thank you, Jessica, for the recommendation. Thank you very much for being here, and enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.